Josephine joined the meeting.
Mm-hmm.
I did a C-section this morning on a basset hound before I'm doing this.
Oh, wow.
Got to go back after this and see that she's hanging in there. She's a overweight girl and wasn't even trying to push, and she had 5 babies in there holding up the parade.
Huh. Now, bassets usually give live birth, right? They're structural.
But the English bulldogs,
No.
yeah, and the Frenchies.
Yeah. I've got 2 Frenchies in the neighborhood that Olive kind of walks around like she's their mother since they're smaller than her. So she.
and the Chihuahuas, a lot of them are C-section.
Hey, I just tuned in. Have you all gone to the dogs or something?
Right.
That's all I hear is talk about dogs.
We decided to do show and tell before the meeting.
Oh, okay. I'll tune back out again and go back to sleep.
Well, you can go borrow somebody's dog.
I have my own dog.
Oh, okay. Let's see.
Bring it on.
Oh, I have the world's cutest dog, so
Oh, look at Lisa. She's putting up her little puppy. Hi.
This is Sugar.
It's like the best way to start a meeting with puppies and dogs.
And also dog wannabes.
Look, he
Abe.
got penguins.
Nice, Abe.
He had penguins behind him.
Yeah.
You guys been locked up too long with the pandemic. You're spending too much time indoors.
I took this picture at the South Pole. We went down to study penguins with the North American Veterinary Society.
How'd you get into pose like that?
The hard part was there were 200,000 penguins in the colony, and I had to get photo releases for every one of them.
Yeah.
These are the jokes. I'm peeking early.
Tough room.
Tough
Oh,
room.
speaking of that, so you probably all already know about this, but I just want to draw your attention to your top right corner. And it has speaker view. And if you click on that, it will bring up the person that's talking large. And then you can click on it again to go back to gallery view. So when Kevin starts speaking, we can bring him up and you can see him nice and big and you can toggle back and forth.
I don't know if they want to see me nice and big.
It's the penguin picture. We got to see that.
Did you sleep in this morning, Joe? That's why we started at 10?
Yes. Well, we've been going for a while already, but then the murder mystery didn't end until 10 p.m. last night.
Oh, nice.
No, it wasn't. It's past my bedtime, but it was so much fun.
Well, there's Miss Kathy Lee. She won Best Costume last night. Good morning, Kathy.
Good morning.
Hey, Kathy.
It was fun last night.
It was. You
I'm
don't have the
sad that John won't be able to join us ever again.
picture.
I'll do the jokes too, lady.
I still think that picture of him last night needs to go up on the district Facebook page. That was classic.
Me too.
I
Especially
put
with
it
the-
up this morning.
I think it's there, yeah.
Not the
I just
dead
wanna-
one.
I just
Yes.
wanna-
Yes.
Oh, there you are.
Oh, God.
Yep, we posted it this morning, John.
Okay.
Oh,
Not sign off on that.
I just want to put it out there that I may have been the murderer, but I didn't do that to his teeth. Hey, John.
Now I'll know next time. Keep my mouth shut.
You had dual membership yesterday.
That was a fun night.
It was. It was great. We raised some money for the foundation.
Yeah, yeah.
Looks like Mangino got his teeth back.
Brushed and ready for today, Mr. Bird.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
I should have two more.
Good morning.
Good morning, Lori.
Good morning. I feel like I'm late to the party.
You're right on time.
Right on.
Okay, with 2 minutes to go, I'm going to go ahead and mute everybody and then take away the ability to unmute for right now until we get back to mingling, okay? Here we go. So Robin, just to test this out, I'm asking you to unmute. Are you able to do that if I give you permission?
I think so.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Okay, now I just need to find Governor Bob and Mr. O'Connor. Where are you? Or Fitzgerald. Oh, there you are. Okay. Kevin, are you able to unmute now that I've let you?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay. 1 minute, Mr. Bob, you are all set to start.
Should we give it a minute or two after to make sure you let everybody in the room? Or
Yeah, give him a minute. Yeah, give him.
Just give me the cue when there's nobody waiting.
Janet Burns.
Join the meeting. Okay, Bob, I think you're good to go.
Okay, I am now unmuted, correct? Okay, let's start it off. We're only 2 minutes behind, and that's great. So just wanted to take a second first to welcome everybody to our mid-year convention, or as we are continuing to call it, Inspiration Station. The voyage continues from last year's district convention when we did this way as well. I am certainly hoping that our spaceship docks in August in Scottsbluff and Gearing, so we can do our district convention in person, so we can once again see each other, shake hands, and have some great fellowship, because that's who Kiwanis is, and that's what inspires us to help the kids in our district. Today's program is basically set up to be fun, inspiring, and informative. And so I'm going to just not waste any more time and introduce the fun part of today's meeting. I'm going to introduce Dr. Kevin Fitzgerald. He's best known for his 11 seasons as one of the veterinarians featured on Animal Planet's popular emergency vets and e-vet interns. And I have to tell you, Dr. Fitzgerald, I've probably seen every single one of them. He has been a staff veterinarian at the busy VCA Alameda East Veterinary Hospital in Denver for nearly 30 years. In addition, he has hosted Denver 2's Animal House segment on Daybreak at the Deuce every Monday morning since 2002. Dr. Fitzgerald lectures nationally and internationally at veterinarian conferences and veterinarian colleges on a variety of topics, including toxology, emergency medicine, and care of exotic species. Since receiving his PhD in entomology from the University of Colorado in 1978 and his veterinarian degree from Colorado State University in 1983, he has published more than 150 scientific journal articles and 41 veterinarian textbook chapters. Currently, he writes a column for the American Kennel Club, Family Dog Magazine, and the Police Canine Magazine. He has served on the board of directors for the Rocky Mountain Poison Center Control as president of the Area Veterinarian Medical Society, and he is a board of trustee member for the Denver Zoo since 2009. And aside from all of that, he is an accomplished stand-up comedian who performs nationally. His credits include opening for, and get this, Bob Hope, Jeff Foxworthy, and George Lopez. As a member of multiple appearances, had done multiple appearances with Joan Rivers, Kevin Nealon, and Dennis Miller. And he believes that none of us laugh enough and that we are all stewards of animals on this planet. So without further ado, it is my honor to introduce to you Dr. Kevin Fitzgerald.
Thank you very much. Thank you. As you can tell, my mother wrote that. I can't follow that with the Marine Band, but it's so nice to be here. And I'm the one that should be honored. You know, I'm honored to be with you guys. You know, you hear about the Kiwanis. You know, as a civilian, I hear about Kiwanis. I didn't really know, but I did some research. You know, and what a wonderful group since 2015, and a way to help young people, and the young people are our future, as we know. So it's my great pleasure to be here and honored to be with you. I'm sorry that we can't be in person. You know, these are hard days, and I think nobody laughs enough these days with everything that's going on. So these are strange times, and I you know, the Zoom thing is odd to begin with, and I look at myself on the screen and think I need more sympathetic lighting. but this is what I look like. I did a C-section this morning over at the hospital before I came here early, and the young women, our technicians, beautiful young women, were outside smoking cigarettes before the thing, cigarettes. And it made me sad because I used to be a beautiful young woman, and look what cigarettes did to me. So I think, how am I doing on time? We're good. We're good. I am. 15 years ago today, my father died. I was thinking about my father all day. He was an ice fisherman up here. I live in Denver. He'd go west of Denver up to Grand Lake and go ice fishing. How much do you have to hate your wife to go ice fishing? And to sit with your bottom right on the ice. I mean, and how dumb must the fish be? I mean, if the ceiling opened up right now and a pot pie came down, wouldn't you be at all suspicious? Honey, did we order a pizza? But it's nice to be here. It's nice to be here, particularly with COVID. It's made it hard. I've just been writing COVID jokes, for a year. I could tell you my COVID-19 joke, but you probably won't get it. The people that won't wear masks, I call them mask holes, And I've been all morning. I was trying to pick a good Zoom background. I mean, what a different day. And this, looking at you guys, it's like Hollywood Squares. It's like I can tell you, I made a sex tape during COVID, but I call it Home Alone. And we do. Sorry, that's about as bad as it gets. But I do the spatial distancing. I wear a mask. I've washed my hands so much, my cheat notes from vet school showed up on my palms. So if you don't laugh at these, the virus wins. So you have to. But it is nice to be here with you guys. I've been reading a lot. Actually, I don't read. I do books on tape. But it turns out I'm a slow listener. So you write jokes and you think, this is a joke that's going to take me right out of Denver. Yeah, I do like to read. I like to read nude by the fire, but they won't let me come to the library anymore. I was nervous about this. I was nervous about, I was sweating like a FEMA director watching the Weather Channel. I was watching the Weather Channel that had poor FEMA. They couldn't get the people out of the snow in Buffalo last week. Do you see that? I'm starting to think FEMA means forget everything, move away. And so a lot of times it's nice to be working for you guys because I can see your faces and see the jokes you like and the jokes you don't. But sometimes there's kids at the comedy things, and then you really have to be careful because I'm so afraid I'm going to say damn in front of a CHILD. You got to do the kid jokes, jokes like, how come all mermaids wear seashells? Bee shells are too small. So it is nice to be here. I can tell you a little thing about myself. My mother had a stroke and lives with me. She's 91, and she writes jokes with me, and she interrupts every joke that you try and tell her, and if somebody's trying to tell you a joke, let him tell you, like last night she goes, you're doing the thing for the Kiwanis tomorrow? I go, yeah. And she'll tell me a joke, funny man. You got to be careful you tell your mother a joke. So I was thinking, two guys go into a bar. She goes, are they brothers? I go, well, they could be. I didn't think of that. She goes, then start again. Say two brothers went into a bar. I'll wait. I said, two brothers went into a bar. She goes, do they like each other? Now you don't even know who's in the bar. But with jokes, humor, you can't write funnier things than your job or your family. Being a veterinarian, the stuff that happens, it gives so much good grist to jokes. A woman came in the other day with a puppy and she said, my puppy's been poisoned. Quick, someone give me an anecdote. So I told her, two guys went into a bar. I think they're brothers. They certainly like each other. But it's nice to be working for you. I did a Zoom thing for the Jehovah's Witnesses last week, and all they wanted to hear were knock-knock jokes. So, no, you can't make fun of anybody. I mean, these are days we can't. We're all people, I mean, when did you become a bad American if you disagree with me? I mean, so we got more in common than we do. A witness came to my house the other day, knocked on the door. I let him in, took him in the kitchen, sat him down at the kitchen table. I gave him a cup of coffee. I go, what do you want to talk about? He goes, I don't know. I've never gotten this far before. And what's with the banks? How come the banks are so mean to us? Remember the banks were really nice. You opened up a new account. They gave you a wonderful gift like a toaster, right? And I went to the bank the other day and made a deposit. They gave me this thermos. I I don't get it. That's an awful gift. Look how it leaks. But they're friendly banks. I was driving away. They're all waving at me. And here's another one you won't like. I've been reading so much and trying to write jokes. I was reading Consumer Reports magazine this morning. And the magazine article in this Consumer Reports said to cut down on your credit card usage, you should slip a condom over your credit card. Mine had a hole in it and I bought this shirt. I was worried about some of these, but this guy's writing them down. I can see him on his Zoom. So I tell you, I'm 69, but I read at a 70-year-old level. I'm so old, I remember preparation A. I'm so old, the only time I don't have to pee is when I'm peeing. Last summer I couldn't pee at all. I went to the doctor, I go, I can't pee. He goes, how old are you? I go, I'm 69. And he goes, you've peed enough. And apparently as you get older, you do start to look like your pet. Because this morning, my next door neighbor came over and yelled at me for shitting in his front yard. All right. It is nice. It is nice to be here, though. It is nice to be here. The one thing I wanted to talk about a little bit was about community service and about being part of the fabric of a community, and that the Kiwanis do such wonderful things that I've been reading about, particularly in our region, the Rocky Mountain region. I think charity starts at home, and mentoring young people is so important. I don't do enough community service stuff myself, but one thing I'm proud of, for the last 38 years since I've been in practice, I've been a judge at science fairs for the Denver Public Schools. And science fairs, oh man, you ever been to a science fair? The little kids don't write the spiels. The parents write the stuff. Last week we did the Zoom one for the Denver Public Schools, and this little girl came around in front of her exhibit entitled The Atom. They were second graders. She was 8 years old, and she says, the atom's very small and can't be seen by the naked observer. I knew what she meant, but it's a great image. It's hard being a veterinarian because your family think you know about all medical problems. My brothers call me up all the time about their own health issues. My brother called me up and said, I've got a burning sensation when I urinate. I said, why don't you hold your cigar in the other hand? And I like to read the classified ads about animals. If you read classified ads, you can tell Americans can't spell, do grammar, punctuation, anything in the English language anymore. I saw a thing that Denver Post that said, free to good home, pit bull, will eat anything, loves children. Shouldn't there have been a comma or a hyphen or something? So another one said Doberman, said free to good home, Doberman. It said neutered just like one of the family. So, we need commas in our life. Or another one said, tired of cleaning yourself? Let me do it. I was like, wait a minute. So working with different animals, we're selling gourmet cat food. When did cats become gourmets? We're selling beef-flavored cat food. Beef. Cats evolved in the Mideast. They never saw a cow. A cow isn't one of their natural prey objects. Anybody who has a cat can tell you the flavors they like. Rodent, fish, bird, miller moth, right? Moth seems like Mardi Gras for the cat in my house, but not beef. I don't get calls that say, Kev, this is Tex over the stockyards. Your tabby just knocked another steer down, dragging it home. But we have to work on all kinds of animals. I love anything with a heartbeat. I've been on the board at the zoo for, since 2009. You never cough until you have to do jokes, but working on the little pocket pets. They're not always so nice. Gerbils and hamsters. This one had this little gerbil, and she goes, "Doctor, do gerbils have individual fingerprints like human beings?" I go, "Why? You missing some wood chips?" Or the hamster, the most evil animal of all time. little tiny eyes and tiny ears and tiny feet and giant teeth and enormous testicles. And they want you to look at their testicles. It's odd. It's just disturbing. Your testicles shouldn't be bigger than your eyes. But this hamster got away from this woman, and he was lost in the house for 2 days, and she found him under the refrigerator, and he was stuck under, and she got him out, and she brought him to me because he was getting stuck to the side of the cage. And so I pulled him out, and then he's like a fur Nazi again, trying to bite me. So I had to give him a little gas to make him 3 martinis to make him go to sleep, so I could examine him. Because they got these big cheek pouches, and I thought he had a cheek pouch abscess. Maybe had some pus with getting stuck to the side of the cage with that. So I pulled him off. He's starting to bite me. Give him the gas, make him 3 martinis, so he goes to sleep. And I opened up his cheek pouch, and out popped a refrigerator magnet. He's getting stuck with the magnet to the side of his cage. So you can't even make up stuff like that. You can't begin to even, the stuff that happens, you got to write a book. I mean, it was like rodent versus magnetism. It was not the same, Or my mother told me that I have to teach you something during our little talk today. So what I can tell you is that on Monday, a golden retriever came in with a ping pong ball crazy glued to the top of the head that the 3-year-old had gotten into the crazy glue and was gluing everything. And so the woman, it was a nice mom, and she brought in all the kids, and she had tried to pull up the ping pong ball and cut it with scissors, and she cut the skin. And she said, I don't care how much it costs, you got to fix Daisy's head. And so my friend from the Poison Center, Dr. Bronstein, was there, and he said, you know what the antidote for crazy glue is? It's Neosporin. It unpops it. And I put the Neosporin on that, and it popped right off. And it was incredible. And I stitched up the head. And I looked in the corner, and Andrew, the 3-year-old who had done the gluing, was standing in the corner in disgrace, And so his hands were in his pocket. I said, Andrew, show me your hands. He went like this. His little hands were crazy glued closed, And so I put the Neosporin, and it pops off. So if you don't learn anything from today, you learn that Neosporin will unlock crazy glue. They don't know what it is, one of the solvents in it, but it's amazing. It's amazing. The stuff people ask you, this woman came in, she had a Great Dane. She goes, what do you give a Great Dane with diarrhea? I said, plenty of room. Veterinary medicine, I don't know. It's been a wonderful profession. I grew up here in Denver, went to CSU, to vet school at Colorado State. I come from a big Irish Catholic family. I got 6 brothers. My mother told us one time, one is adopted, and I'm not going to tell you which one it is. I got it narrowed down. I think it's either my brother Patrick or my brother Chow Ling. Just little things about it. My one brother came home his first day of math. He goes, you want to hear my math? I go, sure. He was 6 years old. I tell me your math. He goes, 2 + 2, the son of a bitch, is 4. I said, what? 4 + 4, the son of a bitch, 8. 8 + 8, the son of a bitch, 16. My mother hears this horrified, throws him in the car, takes him back to the school, puts him in front of the teacher, goes, listen to this. Goes, 2 + 2, the son of a bitch, 4. And the teacher goes, no, John Rice, it was 2 + 2, the sum of which is 4. So, but I don't have any children of my own, just nieces and nephews. When I was little, I was at my niece's house the other day. My sister-in-law was giving him an after-school snack, orange slices and raisins. That's healthy, right? Remember we used to get after school? Wax lips, little wax bottles with a pop in it. Apparently our parents thought wax was one of the 4 food groups. Or pixie sticks, 9 grams of white sugar in a tube. Our parents were trying to kill us. Sweet tarts, so sorry, your whole face would collapse. But it's a different day. It's a different day. Every Thanksgiving, it's been tough with the holidays. You don't see each other as much. But every Thanksgiving, we go to one of my different brothers' house to cook the turkey. And even I can cook a turkey. Cooking a turkey is like the attack of the pinheads. Anybody can do it. You put the turkey in the oven, you leave it in there, you baste it a bunch of times so it doesn't dry out. you make your delicious stuffing with celery and croutons and onions and so, you know, stuff it in. And after several hours, out comes delicious turkey goodness. And I have a lazy brother. He's the kind of guy, he hangs a picture and talks about it for 2 days. Hung that picture there today, nail and a hammer, looks pretty good. So we're at the lazy guy's house and he's bragging about his turkey. I'm working on my turkey in there, working myself to the bone in the heat, working with croutons. And so when he left the kitchen, the lazy one left, my brother Tommy and I pulled out the lazy guy's turkey. We scooped out all the stuffing and we put in a Cornish game hen. So he came when his turkey was ready. He scooped out the stuffing, out squirts a Cornish game hen. I go, my God, you cooked a pregnant one. So I'll tell you a few more things. I wear thick glasses. I don't tell everybody that, but since we're bonding so well, I can tell you. My glasses are pretty thick. When I was little, I couldn't go to national parks because anything I looked at burst into flames. Dating this girl now, she said, why don't you get contacts? And you have the heart to tell her that these are contacts and she should see my glasses. Now I got bifocals. Anybody have bifocals? Oh, you're muted, but how about any big people up front? That's a great joke and I'm sticking with it. These two guys go into a bar and I'm going to save that joke for a bigger audience. No, it is nice to be here. We're not supposed to be afraid of any animals. The veterinarians aren't supposed to be afraid of any animals, but I'm afraid of spiders because they creep you out the way they move. They got hair and saliva. That's wrong, right? That's wrong. And so, you know, a bug shouldn't have hair on it. And now the pet stores are selling big spiders, tarantulas and wolf spiders, big hose spiders. This guy came to our practice with this plastic shoebox. And he had this giant spider. And he goes, be really careful. He got out a year ago. He bit my roommate in the face and he had to have his head drained. And I was like, whoa, get a phone book. You know, but that's not a practice builder, dropping a phone book on your patient. You know, we got to be nice to everybody. So I said, well, sir, what's wrong with him? He goes, he's just not himself. I go, not his perky spider self? He called in late for work? You know, he goes, no, he hasn't eaten in several weeks. And yesterday his leg fell off. And I said, well, you know, it's been my experience when the leg comes off, they're obviously ill. Sounded good, right? It's making something up, you know, try and get him out of there. And I remember the Museum of Natural History in Denver City Park has old Dr. Licht, the spider expert. I said, go see Dr. Licht, he's gonna help you. So the guy leaves, about an hour later he comes back. But Licht called me and goes, Dr. Fitzgerald, Dr. Licht. I said, yeah. He said, did you send Mr. Montgomery over here with this huge spider? I said, yes. And he goes, if you would have taken time to examine him, you've seen he's in fact dead. I just didn't want to get examine the thing. But spiders as pets, it's not a good idea. Like the Black Widow is called the Black Widow because after the male performs his husband-like duties, the female eats him, except sometimes. Sometimes the male is hip and he offers the female a food object, and while she's distracted, he performs his husband-like duties. And that's how Valentine's Day started. No, I made that up. I made that up. Could have been though. Could be a good idea. It could be a good idea. I grew up here in Denver. I went to a predominantly black high school, and so one of my friends I'd grown up with, he came and he'd had a soul food party, and his little dog, a Boston Terrier, had eaten into the old soul food the day after the party, and we were worried he might have eaten a pig knuckle and have a piece of bone in there. And so I put the dog up on the table and touched his tummy, you know, and he's discomforting. And so there's a 15-year-old high school boy who wants to go to veterinary school and comes with me after school and hangs out and just observes and watches. He's a nice kid. So I told the boy, I said, let's take the dog in the back and get an x-ray and see if he has a piece of bone. So we took the dog in the back. We got an x-ray. There was no bone, but something dense in his stomach. I thought, well, maybe we can make him vomit and make him feel better. So I told the kid, hold the dog, I'll give him the medicine. We'll see what he brings up. The kid holds the dog. I gave him the medicine. The dog vomited up a completely intact, unchewed pig heart the valves and all. The kid turned green and faints. He thinks the dog has vomited up his own heart. He got up the floor and goes, Doc, I think that's something he might need. I go, no, honey, you couldn't live without a heart. We're golden now. So you can't make up stuff that happens. I have a hobby. I identify snakes for the Rocky Mountain Poison Center, and also we have, like in Wyoming and our part of the West, we have prairie rattlesnakes, and if you see prairie dogs, there's rattlesnakes there. One is an indicator species for the other, and so for the handsome sum of $50 a snake, I identify snakes from my friend Dr. Bronstein when people that are bitten, and you look at me weird, right? I could have worse hobbies, I guess, but who doesn't want 50 bones? I could have hobbies like my brother, the bowler. My brother's like, bowling. He said, I like bowling better than sex, and I don't know. I think I like sex better. It's easier to score, and you can wear your own shoes. You know? So, but anyway, it was a Friday night. I was sitting home with my mother, smoking a cigar. I give her one a week, and the phone rang, and it was Bronson. He said, we got a guy bitten by a snake out at Bennett, Colorado. You know what Bennett is, out on the prairie outside of Denver and not far from Denver. He'd been bitten at his outhouse on his bottom by a rattlesnake. It was a Friday night, and I wasn't doing anything, and so I drove down to Denver General. At Denver General, they keep the poison people on the second floor. And I got up there, and I could hear the guy yelling, my whole butt's numb, do something, give me the antivenom, give me the antivenom. So I saw Bronson and said, Al, where's the snake? He goes, we don't really have the snake. We're hoping that maybe you could look at his bottom and tell us you thought it was a snake bite. And I said, well, not for $50. If I got to look at somebody's bottom, you got to pay me more, right? So I looked at his bottom. It could have been a snake bite. So we jumped in the car. We had the wife on the cell phone, and Bennett's not that far. And we drove out, and we met the wife at that outhouse, and you could hear something. Al's got a big light. He's a real organized individual. He had a big light in the car, and you could hear something moving. And he shined the light down in the outhouse, and there in the outhouse was a chicken. This guy had been pecked on the bottom by a chicken and drove all the way to Denver screaming about a snake. It's not a good joke, but it's a great story. And I haven't told anybody that. You can't make up stuff like that. You can't even begin to do it. I know probably when you were reading my bio, it probably came up. I got arrested last year and spent 3 days in jail. In Colorado and Wyoming, we're supposed to, it's illegal to keep giant cats, exotic cats, lions and tigers and leopards, ocelots. People can't have them. And we're supposed to seize them and destroy them. But some of the states, it's different. Louisiana, you can keep anything, or Texas. Everything's legal in Louisiana. They have drive-through daiquiri stands. It's my God-given right to have a drive-through daiquiri stand. So this guy moved to Denver from Louisiana, and he had an ocelot. He's living on the 11th floor of an apartment building like a cliff dweller with an ocelot. Doesn't make sense. And so he brought this thing in about 6 o'clock in the morning. When I get there, he was there. Thing had a big leather mask on, like Hannibal Lecter, and was trying to kill us. And he put it up on the table, and we wrapped a tarp up around it so I could examine it. And he said he'd eaten one of his toys, and so I couldn't keep anything down. So I put the hand under the tarp and, palpated his belly, and I felt something. I rolled in the ultrasound, and there was a ball. So I took him to surgery. It was one of those bouncy super balls when we're little, those black bouncy ones, and the poor thing had swallowed his toy. So I took him to surgery and got it out, and I seized the cat, and I didn't destroy it. And I gave it to my classmate at the Denver Zoo, because they have a children's zoo, and they had a little female, and this was a little male. And I called up United Airlines and Animal Planet and said, if any babies are born, could we fly them back to South America where they belong? It seemed like a better option than destroying it. And animal control officer that's a friend of mine saw the thing come in, realized I wasn't going to destroy it, and the next day went to DIA and got a federal endangered exotic animal agent and 4 cops. And they came in, he said, you have to tell us where that guy is and where that cat is. And I'm from the 60s, And I don't rat on people, right? I thought it was like my priest, you can't rat on your flock. So I told him, I said, I got confidentiality like my priest. I got, I got confidentiality. And he said, you don't. And he said, the clergy does, lawyers do, doctors do. Your tax accountant can't tell anybody about your taxes, but you, friend, have 3 felonies. Interfering with federal investigation, 3 to 5 years, federal felony, $50,000 fine. Surgery on a federally endangered animal, 3 to 5 years, $50,000 fine. Housing a federally endangered animal, 3 to 5 years, $50,000 fine, 3 felonies. So I said, I have confidentiality. Well, they took me right to jail. The jail is interesting. I'd seen a lot of prison movies, so I knew you had to make friends with a big guy. So I was sitting next to this fella, and I said, what are you in for? And he said, what are you in for? And I said, I asked you first. And he said, I robbed the 7-Eleven by Mile High Stadium. He said, what are you in for? And I said, I did surgery on an ocelot. And so he was out before I was. And it went to a jury trial. It went to a jury trial. And I walked in and the judge goes, hey, wait a minute, come here. I think I know you. And he said, come up, approach the bench. And he said, what do we do? And he goes, I think this guy came to my grandson's science fair. So I'd been to his grandson's science fair. He said, come in my chambers. And I went in and he said, I'm going to give you a deferred sentence. And my lawyer said, you can't give him a deferred sentence. You'll still have the felonies and you can't practice in Colorado or Wyoming with a felony, right? And so he said, he'll lose his livelihood. So he said, I'll give you a federal diversion. So he said, you have to teach inner city high school science classes for 2 weeks. You have to take 2 weeks of citizenship classes down at the basement of the Capitol building to be a better citizen. And then you have to take 8 hours of federally mandated psychiatric evaluation to see if you can understand laws. So I did it all after, the civics classes were very interesting, learning about George Washington. Anyway, I went back and told the judge, I've done everything he said. And he goes, look, how long you been in practice? I said, 38 years. He goes, you're never gonna see another ocelot. What you did is a nicer thing, but you bent the law and that's not your call. I said, but it doesn't matter. Since that's happened, I've seen 3 other ocelots because the number of exotic animals out there is huge. And we need to, we were talking before about dogs and how they go in fads and, animals not a fad buy and the different breeds they're making. When a breed gets popular, it's very hard on the breed because of the inbreeding, so it's tough. And so my mother said, well, don't tell him the jail story. But what does she know? She keeps jokes in shoeboxes. She gave me a joke a minute ago to tell us. She goes, tell him this joke, tell him this joke. She keeps jokes in shoeboxes by title, doctor jokes, lawyer jokes, dog jokes, in the year she heard it. This is a joke from 1943. A guy is, he's 88 years old. He goes to the doctor. He goes, doctor, I'm 88. My wife's 87. She's very vain. She won't get her hearing tested. How can I measure my wife's hearing at home? The guy says, you have to do the home hearing test. You measure 40 feet, 30 feet, 20 feet, 10 feet. Say something 40 feet. She can't hear, go 30. You tell me how many feet she first heard you. I'll make an apparatus for her ear. Guy goes home, measures 40, 30, 20, 10. 40 feet away, honey, what's for supper? 30 feet, honey, what's for supper? 20 feet, honey, what's for supper? 10 feet away, honey, what's for supper? And she says, for the 4th time, chicken. So I don't, that's my mother's joke. She got a kick out of it, I guess, But it's nice. My father only told one joke. His joke was 2 cowboys are out on the prairie and they hear the drums of the local Indian tribe, the Native Americans and they hear the local drums on the warpath. And the one cowboy says, I don't like the sound of those drums. And an Indian jumps up and goes, he's not our regular drummer. So, if your parents are, they told jokes always, so it's funny what works and what doesn't. But the best jokes, I think, writing jokes come from what you know. I know, veterinary medicine, animal stuff. Went to vet school in Fort Collins. If the guy sitting next to me would have applied himself, I would have done a lot better. Got to work on cats. Not always so easy. When we come in, she goes, can my cat sit too close to the TV and burn out his retinas? Who cares? No, we like cats. Most women love cats and most men hate them. But look at cats for a second. I mean, they act like they paid your rent. They're lazy. They stay out all night with their friends, sleep all day on the couch, vomit if they eat for fun. They're just like men. No wonder we hate them, right? You're smiling like there's a battle of the sexes. The women are smiling. There's no battle of the sexes. Women already won. Don't gloat about it. Look, men are twice as likely to get heart disease. We're 3 times as likely to get cancer, 7 times as likely to be murdered. You live 8.8 years longer than I do, and I got to carry your suitcase? What kind of world is this? Carry your own suitcase. I'm already dying, right? You guys already won. But I don't know. We still have time, or we're doing good. I wanted to tell you one story before I left that's important to me. My gallbladder ruptured last year at work, a year ago right now. And I ended up down in the basement of Rose Hospital, and you're scared. I'd never had surgery before. And you're hurt, and you're in pain. And they had me on a gurney, and they rolled me up to the next available surgery suite, and they had all these screens around me. And I had this hatchet-faced nurse, grumpy-looking thing. She looked like a ferret with earrings. And she was mean-looking, and she goes, "Hey!" I go, "Oh, no, I peed in the wrong bottle. I did something wrong, And you got an ill-fitting gown with your bottom hanging out, and you're embarrassed. And she goes, "Hey," and I go, "Oh man, she's mad at me." And she said it so mean. And she goes, "You're scared, aren't you?" I go, "Yeah, I'm scared. I never had surgery before." And she reached across and she hugged me, and it was so gentle and so genuine and so human. And she said, "Don't be scared." She goes, "I take such good care of my people." She goes, "When you get out, I'm going to be right there." She goes, "You know what?" She goes, "Every day when I wake up, I say, today, nobody's going to be scared on my shift." Isn't that nice? And that's what the Kiwanis does, and working with kids. And that's why I was so proud to write you 150 jokes. So, we've gone for 40, but is that, we can answer questions about pets. We can do more jokes, but I'm at your service. You probably have other meetings to go to, but, they told me 30, but that's 40. What do you want? And you're the boss.
Well, I think we have to move on, but does anyone have a question for Dr. Fitzgerald? You can put it in chat. And then Dr. Fitzgerald, I forgot to tell you, but over Zoom, this is how we clap. And so could everyone give him a big round of applause, please?
I was worried that doing that, because they were only doing that on the dirty stuff. So I thought, watch out. So I backed way down. When so Dr. Marlene is up there, and she was doing it. So I thought, I'm horrifying Dr. Marlene, but hopefully you take, when a stranger tells jokes to 75 or 100 other strangers, you have to be very careful, and so, I think it's careful these days. Political jokes, I mean, why turn off half the crowd, why be mean-spirited, I think, dirty jokes, I mean, we get bombarded all the time, I think, and so I think we need to, humor is golden, I think nobody laughs enough, so hopefully nobody was offended. I was honored to be with Kiwanis, and I hope that you don't stop what you're doing. And I hope that someday we'll be able to do it in person, and I can see the people and not just see people doing this and see their faces. They're wonderful faces, but you're just heads to me. It is like Hollywood Squares, it's just bizarre. The whole Zoom thing is these are strange days. Mm-hmm. People laugh about it later on and think, I told jokes to 75 strangers over a computer for 45 minutes, and but it's hard.
Okay. Well, thank you, Dr. Fitzgerald. We really appreciate you spending the time with us this morning. And this certainly was the fun portion of our mid-year convention. So,
next time, tell the people that this means clapping. I thought it meant they're horrified. And so,
it can go either way.
I tried to be clean. You know, it's easier to tell a dirty joke, but if you can write a clean joke, you know, it's the best, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that but nobody laughs enough, and I commend you for what you do, and I hope that you keep doing it. You know, I know these have been tough times for, you know, philanthropic organizations, and you know, but young people are our future, and we need to keep working with them.
Absolutely, and that's what we continue to do.
Because everybody in our group has had a mentor, you know, had somebody that took a chance with them and helped, you know, and so I think, you know, we gotta give something back. So we've all been very lucky.
For sure. Again, well, thank you, Dr. Fitzgerald. We really appreciate you being here this morning.
All right, thank you very much.
Thanks. Okay, so that was a fun way to start off the morning. You know, we'll just move right on ahead, and it is my pleasure, and I'm not going to do a long introduction because we've all met our president-elect from Kiwanis International, since he is our district's counselor. He's been with us before, and I'm just excited that he is taking time out of the day to speak with us today and give us some of his words of wisdom. We are Kiwanians, and he is next October going to be the president of Kiwanis International. So it is my pleasure to introduce to you Peter Mancuso.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Governor Bob. I had been planning to give a hilarious 15-minute presentation on the subject of surgical intervention on ocelots, but since you've already covered that subject matter, I'll go on to some other comments that I have instead. So let me take this opportunity to add my welcome on behalf of Kiwanis International to your mid-year conference. I hope that it is productive, and I thank Governor Bob for this invitation to speak with you. I'd like to begin with a story. Many years ago, when our children, Stephen and Kathy, who is a resident of Westminster, by the way, were young, we used to take them every year with us to help out as a group of Kiwanians at our Games for the Physically Challenged, our local Games for the Physically Challenged. One year, Kathy brought a friend who was clearly uncomfortable at being around people with disabilities. But to Kathy, who was part of a Kiwanis family, it was all perfectly normal. That was when I first realized that Kiwanis was not only fun for me and good for the people whom we serve, but that it was good for my own family as well, that it could help make all of us more tolerant, charitable, and understanding. From that time on, I saw Kiwanis in an entirely different light, and Kathy went on to become a two-term Key Club high school president. Kiwanis became our second family, and like many of you, I found it to be the perfect vehicle to take the best part of who I am and share it with others, whether it was my fellow members or those in the community whom we serve. And in doing this, I came to know the miracle of Kiwanis, which is this: in the act of enriching the lives of others, you enrich your own life every bit as much, just in a different sort of way. As Kiwanis members, we make life better not only for our own children, but for the children of the entire world, so that future generations will thrive, prosper, and grow. We enthusiastically pursue creative ways to make transformational differences that improve the lives of children in their communities. Many children depend directly or indirectly on Kiwanis for things such as vaccines, food, books, safe playgrounds, leadership development, and many other important life necessities. And we do this as part of a Kiwanis global network that is much larger than our clubs and members. We connect and collaborate with schools, hospitals, governments, nonprofits, corporations, foundations, and others to improve the lives of children. Kiwanis and its global network of partners are needed now more than ever as the world faces new problems and new challenges, especially those arising from the pandemic. Now, more than ever, we share a responsibility to ensure that Kiwanis is strong and growing through new clubs, new members, and new ways of extending our service in communities. Children are quite literally depending on us. To do this, we formulated a strategic plan for mission, vision, core values, and goals. It has 5 priority areas. First, building, retaining, and supporting a growing Kiwanis membership. Secondly, providing leadership education to develop competent, capable, and caring leaders across the Kiwanis family. Third, to perform meaningful service, with service to children as our top priority. Fourth, enhancing the Kiwanis image worldwide. And lastly, ensuring financial viability and responsible stewardship. The first of these, membership, will always be of paramount importance to us. On average, more than 29,000 people join Kiwanis each year, proving that people see value and worth in the Kiwanis experience. Whether a member joins a new club or an existing club, each new member provides assistance to an estimated 204 children by actively engaging in club service and fundraising projects. If more of us invited more people to our meetings, to our events and service projects, the Kiwanis membership ranks would grow, and we would be able to help more children. More Kiwanians means a bigger impact for the children who live in our communities. The pandemic has taken a great toll on these efforts, and we now need everyone to get back in the game by inviting family, friends, and business contacts to join the Kiwanis movement. Opening new clubs is also vital to building Kiwanis in communities worldwide, so that Kiwanis can remain positioned to meet the needs of children for years to come. In the 3 years preceding the pandemic, more than 1,000 communities were changed for the better because Kiwanis found a need that was not being met for children in those communities. And we have seen over and over again that districts do not increase in membership unless they meet their new club opening targets. The techniques that we use to open clubs are well established, but they require advanced planning, manpower, and a commitment to see the club through its first several years while it is trying to find its bearings. Historically, less than 60% of our clubs survive the first 5 years. Seeing a new club through its infancy requires the right people for that job and perseverance. With that in mind, I believe that we should change our approach to new club opening in several ways. When funding is available, Kiwanis International club opening specialists and volunteers should be brought in to help with club opening events only when there is a sincere commitment on the part of the divisions and the district to the success of that effort. This requires advanced planning by those on the ground who are most familiar with the chosen community, which often has not happened. A sponsoring club and a club coach should be identified before volunteers and KI staff are committed to the event. When a recruiting team is brought in, it should continue recruiting for the entire time that it's scheduled to be there, and not leave early if it decides it has already recruited enough members, which has happened. For that matter, we should be looking to recruit a minimum of 20 members, not the required 15, and we shouldn't be counting dual members against that number. In fact, our international board has just amended Kiwanis International procedures to exclude dual members from the count. Lastly, we should not conduct the club's organizational meeting until it is actually ready for it. We should not run poorly attended organizational meetings merely to accommodate a recruiting team's desire to have it happen before they leave town. In other words, we should be doing everything possible from the opening of a club to give it a good chance of survival. And while we open as many new clubs as we can, it is also very important that we close the back door, that we retain and engage the members that we have, and work to keep existing Kiwanis clubs prosperous and growing to be able to have even more ambitious service projects over time. However, in order to succeed in recruiting and retaining members, a club needs to provide a membership experience that would make an intelligent person want to be a member of that club. Does the club render outstanding fellowship and service opportunities to its members? If not, why would they join? If not, why would they stay? Kiwanis offers a whole host of ACE tools to achieve club excellence, but only about 30% of our clubs actually use them. That needs to change. And those clubs need to take action when they identify the changes that are needed. Again, there is no point in recruiting members for clubs that no rational person would want to join. So we need to fix that first. We also know that continued support and mentoring are necessary for sustainable Kiwanis clubs. We need to work to bring clubs that are under charter strength back to thriving membership levels and revitalize the impact that the club makes on the community it serves. Clubs that have opened in the past 3 years especially need continued nurturing. Those who serve in the role of a club coach, club counselor, working to strengthen membership in our clubs play a vital role in this, and we thank them greatly. But as we focus on membership and opening new clubs, let's always remember that at the heart of what we do are friendship and collaboration. Kiwanis Fellowship has been and will continue to be the engine that drives membership, service, and everything else we do. Another one of our priorities is leadership education, which was added to our strategic plan this year. Why was this added? Because the one recurring theme in high-performing clubs, divisions, and districts is that they all have great leaders at the top. As such, this is vital to the future of Kiwanis service. Our ambitions go beyond Kiwanis service, however. A comprehensive new leadership development program has been created under President Art's leadership called Kiwanis Amplify. It is being rolled out this spring as a web-based program that culminates in a live session. It will offer education in leadership skills that a participant can carry with them into any setting, Kiwanis, business, or otherwise. Signups for this program began on February 15th. Moving on to the area of service, signature projects will continue to be a big Kiwanis success story. But how do we respond if we are asked to explain exactly what we mean by the phrase that defines us as a service organization? Serving the children of the world. Is it about our service leadership programs? Is it about the Eliminate Project? Is it about young children priority 1? Is it about keeping children happy, healthy, safe, and loved? Is it about all of these things? Does it mean everything to everyone, or is it so broad as to place us at risk of meaning nothing to anyone, particularly prospective members who are looking for a well-defined service project? Nowadays, people tend to become involved and look to become involved in specific causes that speak to their passions, and they have many causes to choose from. One size definitely does not fit all. One of the most popular causes out there is Habitat for Humanity, in which volunteers build homes for people in need. It is a very focused, hands-on experience. Likewise, a more clearly defined mission for Kiwanis would aid us greatly in recruiting prospective members and retaining them, providing that we deliver the service experience to them that we promised. It's my hope that in the future, our predominant form of service will be developing tomorrow's leaders through our service leadership programs, the largest of which is Key Club. Our service leadership programs are what make us unique. They are what we know how to do the best. They represent hands-on service and not just raising money to give to others who actually render the service. They represent our greatest opportunity to make this world a better place. Our SLPs are the jewels in the crown of Kiwanis, and they continue to grow. Combined, their membership is nearly twice that of ours. And we must ensure that they can enjoy the benefits of their membership in a safe and secure environment. We're doing that with strengthened youth protection initiatives, full compliance on background checks and training for Kiwanis volunteers, and continued growth of the Culture of Care program for Key Club. We have also established a youth protection hotline, which should be called by anyone who feels that a youth involved with Kiwanis is at risk. Our SLP programs continue to cultivate future servant leaders, including potential Kiwanis leaders. However, there is much more that we can do to accomplish this. Historically, the beneficiaries of SLP leadership development have largely been limited to their elected leaders. We have now developed a full-scale youth leadership development curriculum that is intended to be available to all Key Club and Circle K members. This is our new Global Leadership Certificate program. It is designed to be a certificated program that will provide them with the tools to be effective leaders in all areas of life. It will be something tangible for Key Club members to assist them in being admitted to colleges of their choice. It will make us a more attractive extracurricular activity to schools that have not welcomed us in the past or that may not be inclined to welcome us back during the pandemic. The first 3 presentations of this program are now available, with many more to come at no cost. 807 Key Clubbers and 233 Circle K members have signed up for this program as of January 29th. I am very excited about its prospects. You should also know that most of our SLPs are overseen by a separate corporation whose board historically consisted of exactly the same membership as the International Board. That has now changed. We have populated a separate Kiwanis Youth Programs Board whose sole responsibility is to oversee these programs, with expertise to do so in such areas as education, leadership development, district administration, and youth protection. It is chaired by past International President Paul Palazzolo, and it recently held its 2nd meeting. This is a significant change that will better serve our SLP members. In closing, I would like to thank you for everything you do to support the great work of Kiwanis. Let's all make a special effort as this year continues to share the things that we love the most about Kiwanis with others, by making our meetings so special that no one would ever want to be anywhere else, by undertaking service projects that bring real value to membership, by inviting new members to join us, and by assisting in opening new clubs to better serve the children of the world. Thank you for listening, and enjoy your conference.
Governor Bob, you're on mute.
You should be able to do it now. Okay.
Now I can unmute. Okay, Peter, I just I wanted to thank you so much for taking time out to be here today. And since Peter is our counselor, I get to spend an hour a month speaking to him on the phone, and he is dead on. What he said today is dead on what we have to do to continue to grow membership, whether it's club opening or closing that back door. We have to make the experience for a member that nobody would ever in their right mind want to leave Kiwanis because of the work we do. So thank you, Peter, for your being here today. We really do appreciate you.
My pleasure.
Okay. And I just wanted to, before I move to announcements, I just did want to recognize I see 2 of our guests on here. If there's any more, please put it in chat and I will make sure I do welcome all of you. But I see Brad Boyd, our area director, on the call. Thank you, Brad. Brad is an amazing area director, and you can email him at 10 o'clock at night and he'll have an answer for you when you wake up in the morning. He's just has been such a valuable asset to our district and especially to myself. And I see Alan Guire on there. He's a Kiwanis Club opening specialist, and he's a member of the Eye of the Tiger Club, and he certainly was instrumental in helping us open the Rocky Mountain E-Club. So welcome, Alan. We appreciate you being here today. Okay, we want to just move a little bit forward. Let me see if I can close this unmute window here. Okay, I want to move a little bit forward here with some announcements. And so we should have Russ Assett on the phone, and Russ is our district's leadership education trainer. And so, Russ, you want to make some announcements for us?
Yeah, I want to make sure that everybody is aware of upcoming club leadership education starting next week. On Tuesday, we have secretary training at Tuesday night, 6 p.m. Josephine will send out an invitation to those people. If you want to go to it and you're not a secretary, please shoot her an email and say you'd like to be invited, and she'll get an invitation to you for that. President's training is on Wednesday, 6 p.m. That's the 10th. And same thing with that. If you would like to be invited and you're not invited to it, then get Joe to send you an invitation. And then treasurer's session will be on Thursday, 6 p.m. on the 11th. And so these are the quote required sessions for those individuals who would like to be part of distinguished club status as far as leadership education. We should have a link to the Kiwanis International sessions as well, and we'd like for you to look at those first. That'll give you the Kiwanis International overview. before we have the forums specifically for the district. So that's my spiel, and I'm willing to answer any questions, or and anybody that would like to be on the list as far as being an educator or an instructor, please let me know, because we could always use more people to help facilitate those. And we don't just throw you to the wolves. We do put you through a session where we sort of train the trainer. So anyway, that's my spiel.
Thank you, Russ. And I wanted to mention also that, you know, we have the President's Corner, where the presidents get together every other month, and they have their own Facebook group, and then they meet on a Zoom meeting every 2 months, and they just hash out what's going on and some of the problems. So we're going to roll that out as well to the club secretaries and treasurers. As soon as that training is over, we will put a Facebook group together for each of the secretary and the treasurers, and you guys can go on there and just ask questions, and it'll be looked at by one of our CLE trainers. And if you guys need some help, they can certainly answer those questions. And then we will do a live Zoom meeting every other month where you can come on and get a chance to see each other live and ask those questions in person. Last year at District Convention, we did a treasurer's one, because we saw, when we looked at it, we saw treasurers were asking over and over again, can they have something like that? It was so well attended, and Bob Garrison hosted it for us. And I believe Bob's online here today. So Bob hosted that for us, and it worked out really, really well. And the treasurers afterwards said, we'd like to be able to do something where we can interact more often. And we don't just, secretaries as well, just feel like we're out there on an island. So we're putting this in place as soon as these trainings are done. And I think I hope it'll be a great success, and it will be if everybody participates. Okay. Anything else, Russ? Okay. So the other announcement that I have before we turn it over to our membership is you heard Peter talk about our signature projects and how big it is in Kiwanis International. So I want to just give you an idea of how many people, how many clubs sent in their signature projects and how it worked out, and who we're sending forward and the timelines for it. Okay, so Tier 1, 27 members or fewer, and there's a Tier 2, 28 members or greater. So we get to submit one for each one of those categories. The judging criteria, just run through it really quickly. A new project can qualify. It's a reoccurring project, but a new project can qualify if the intent during this COVID time is to continue with that project. Enhance the Kiwanis image of Kiwanis. And that is a lot about branding and using the correct brands. And when you're out there doing a project, letting everybody see that big K so they know who we are. We do such great things, but we're not always great about letting everybody know who we are and what we do. Third one was demonstrate significant impact in the community in terms of money raised and children served. And then there was strengthen membership and partnership opportunities. So we did have a committee get together and review them. And we did, this year, we got 18 submissions, which is really good. And so what we're going to be doing is we've already submitted them into Kiwanis International, and we wanted just to let everybody know that Tier 1, we sent forward the Kiwanis Club of Brighton for their Thanksgiving meal delivery project. So congratulations, Kiwanis Club of Brighton. And in Tier 2, we sent forward the Fort Collins Eye Openers for the Colorado Kids food packing event. So congratulations to Fort Collins and okay. But most importantly, I wanted to just congratulate everybody who submitted a signature project. I tell you that they were just amazing, the work that we continue to do, even through this most difficult time. So I want to congratulate our two finalists that are going forward. And I want to congratulate everybody who sent it in. They were just amazing, and looking through them, I tell you what, you just have to sit back and have some chills and think, you know what? I am so proud to be part of this amazing organization. You know, I think sometimes we don't realize, or we don't take time out to realize the great things that we do. and the huge difference we're making in our communities and the world. So I wanted to just thank everybody who sent them in. And I want to thank everybody in the Rocky Mountain District who continues to do some amazing service projects during a very difficult time. Someday this will end and we'll be back to where we were, but we are really doing a great job staying ahead of that curve. Okay. So we're a little ahead of schedule, and we're going to turn it over to Tim Shepard, and we're going to have a little bit of a forum or a round table, as Tim has put it in place, that we can talk about clubs that have been successful during membership during the pandemic. Rather than do training and whatnot, I thought it would be really cool, and our committee thought it would be really cool this year if we just highlight our clubs and let them talk about the great work they're doing. I think they hear enough from me and our district board. We need to let everybody hear from each other because you guys have been so successful, and we want to take that opportunity to highlight you. So Tim, if you are on board, I've seen you on there. We will unmute you and you can take it over.
Tim, you should be good to unmute and then, okay.
Great. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Governor Bob. Welcome to our distinguished guests. It's great to have you here. And most importantly, welcome my fellow Kiwanians. This is, you know, I think one of the things, I don't think it's one of the things, I think it's the thing that I love the most is about Kiwanis, is that it's about people making a difference at the grassroots level. And that's all of you who are on this call, and you do that. And you do that day in and day out. And again, I really appreciate what you do and thank you for what you do. And the goal this morning is to talk about and to talk to leaders within clubs who have been successful. And for those of you who have seen some of my other presentations, I have talked about how important it is that we look at those who are successful and then try to mirror what they do and see how can we take what we're doing and mold it into what they're doing with the bottom line that we're successful. Because again, let's remember, for every one Kiwanian, we help about 206 kids. One Kiwanian helping 206 kids. So every time we make a difference with just one Kiwanian, it's important. But before I go any farther, and you know, listening to Dr. Fitzgerald, it immediately made me think of my favorite stories with my kids and animals. And one day we were coming back to Cheyenne from Laramie, and so we took the back road, Happy Jack, and I did it specifically because I was hoping there'd be some wildlife out. And I will tell you that I had my two sets of twins, so 4 little kids who were 4 and 3 years old in the car. And so as we drove along, whether it was a dead animal on the side of the road or one out on the prairie, we tried to identify what it was. And they were doing pretty good. You know, they saw different things and they identified them, or they didn't. And so I would say what it was. And so we're very close to Cheyenne, and we see what I had hoped we would see earlier, this animal loping across the plain. And I turned to my little girl, Emmy, who was in the front seat, and she looked at me and she said, "Daddy, was that an antelope or a squirrel?" Which to me was one of the funniest things I've ever heard, to just think of a small person's mind, how that could be anything from an antelope to a squirrel. Just made me laugh. But so that's my humor for it. I used a lot of great jokes last night as Duke Carrillo. For those of you who aren't aware, I was named Outstanding Actor in a mystery or a murder mystery presentation. So I am expecting Oscar in the mail anytime. It was a great event. But so without further ado, I do want to introduce our panel, and I'm very proud of who we have on this panel. First, I want to introduce Abe Balthazar from Columbine. Abe, is Abe unmuted?
Yes.
Great. So Abe, if you could just tell us a little bit about yourself and a little bit about your club, then we will move on to our next panelist.
Okay, well, my name is Abe Balthazar. I'm part of the Columbine Kiwanis, which has 69 members, of which 40% are women. 70% of us are over 70 years old. We have members that were born in Argentina, Belgium, Canada, and the Philippines. Guess who was born in the Philippines? Well, anyway. We also have one in the works from Malawi, which is in Southeast Africa. Since COVID, we've lost members because they have moved out of town or into assisted living facilities. And we lost 2 recently due to health problems. Now, our new members have joined because they want to perform volunteer work and or like social aspect of the club. Now, our new members have been active with our current members in projects that include Meals on Wheels, the Sheridan Food Pantry, Action Center, Feeding Many, working on orchards, and then the Integrated Family Community Services, which is food distribution, the Arapahoe Philharmonic, and blood drives. We've also teamed with the Belmar and Alameda clubs in their school supplies and meals distribution projects. On the social side, we have a weekly Zoom meetings. We have 35 to 48 participants every week, which includes family guests and future members. Meeting guests are greeted warmly. We make a point of making the guests feel welcome by asking simple questions like, how'd you hear about us? Are y'all a native Coloradoan? What brought y'all to Colorado? Kind of makes them feel comfortable. And during the weekly meetings, we discuss, we have our family members provide family updates like who just had a new kid and who had new grandkids. And we acknowledge birthdays and anniversaries. Our key club advisors provide updates on the leadership programs. We also provide the status of last week's projects and of upcoming projects. And every week we have guest speakers on various topics. Other social events include Kiwanis After Dark, which is held on the 2nd and 4th Tuesdays of every month. We initially met at local establishment, but moved to Zoom. And just an aside here, via Zoom, we even had a guest from the Kauai Kiwanis Club in Hawaii. So we do spread ourselves. So, as most of our members have already gotten their second COVID shots, we're going back to meeting at a local restaurant next week. A few of us also meet for lunch every Friday, and COVID restrictions are observed. Now, let me add real quick here that we get prospective members from social media, but it's vital that our members sell our club activities to our friends and family. Recently, about 40% of our new club members found us through social media, and the remainder were from friends and members. We let prospective members volunteer on projects so as to know our members and to get hooked on projects. But we let them know that we welcome their membership, but we don't use the hard sell method. We make potential members feel like they belong in our projects by assigning them key project roles and make sure that they have fun. We've had some continuous volunteers that have helped us in the Action Center, but they didn't join because they either live too far from our club meeting area or because of family obligations. We also publish a weekly newsletter, and it's sent to over 300 folks via email. We advertise our projects through social media outlets like Facebook and our club website, HOA newsletters, church bulletins, and nextdoor.com. On Facebook, we boost our special projects so it reaches every Facebooker within a 10-mile radius of our meeting place. As an example, we use social media to get volunteers for our Salvation Army Christmas bell ringing project. Our members were joined by family, friends, and key clubbers in raising over $19,000 in 8 days. That's pretty good for us. But it's also vital to retain membership. Our senior members like the Kinzers, McEwens, Huntleys, and Kent Sweet have mentored new, young, and semi-young members into joining leadership roles. Again, that's Columbine.
Great, thank you, Abe. And again, so we would say that Columbine it would fall in the larger club category, a little bit older.
Yes.
Little bit older, but very active. So just some things to keep in mind. I knew I'd do this too. I'd get ahead of myself. I do look for input from the audience. What I would ask though is that if you have questions or comments, that you put those in the chat. And Derek Manley is gonna keep track of that for us. And if he gets what he thinks is something that can really help the discussion, he's gonna break in and bring that to the forum today. But so there's a little more on how this is gonna go. But you've heard from Abe, and so now I would like to go to one of my dear friends, Joe Young, to talk to us a little bit about and give us some background on the Wheatland Club, herself and the Wheatland Club. Go.
Okay, thank you, Tim.
You're welcome.
Well, I live in Wheatland, Wyoming, and it's a town of about 3,500 people. We currently have 34 members in our club. So percentage-wise, we're doing okay. Average age is around 45. We have about a third men, 2/3 women. And we're a rural location. So we're about an hour north of Cheyenne, just right off the highway, like a little dot on the map. We run in our club business a little differently. So maybe this can help someone relate to us a little bit, but we have a business meeting every week. So our entire club is our board of directors. And so I know that's a little bit different. So the whole club always votes on everything. So that's kind of our dynamic. We've continued to meet in person throughout COVID with a 3-week break. We have not done Zoom. We do projects such as shoes and socks, meal distribution, reading literacy. We do our Stars of Tomorrow talent show. We recently started an annual cornhole tournament signature project, and we do our fair concessions as well. Can you guys still hear me?
Yes.
Okay, well, I thought my earphones just died. Sorry. And that's Wheatland. That's kind of our dynamic.
Great. And so you have grown from 29 to 33 during this time. You basically have a business meeting every week and are also pretty active in your community. And you are doing in-person meetings. Are you doing in-person and Zoom or just in-person?
Just in person.
Just in person. And Abe, I did not pick up on that. I apologize. What are you doing in person and Zoom, a hybrid?
Our weekly meetings are Zoom for the whole membership, but we have our individual Kiwanis After Dark. We did do that in Zoom, but we're starting to meet now live.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right, and now it's my pleasure to welcome to the forum the president of the Broomfield North Metro, Ann Elliott. She's muted. She's pointing down.
And you should be able to try it now.
Thank you. Sorry, I was getting the error that it wouldn't let me unmute. Hi, I'm Ann Elliott. I am the president of the Broomfield North Metro Club. We're a relatively young club, I guess, as far as it goes. We chartered in 2018. And before that, we were a 321 Under the Skyline Club in Longmont. We have 25 members. We are 100% female. I'm not sure what our average age is. I would guess that it's probably 45. I think we have a few, we have a new college graduate, several in their 30s, and then I think most of us are getting closer to 50. so we have kind of a nice range. We can't seem to get any men to join us for some reason, but I mean, technically in the Kiwanis world, we're a 3-2-1 club. I don't typically say that a lot when I'm describing our club and introducing, I guess, the main differences in how we operate are we do one monthly planning meeting, and we do a service project every month. Through COVID, we've been completely on Zoom, and just recently, as the levels kind of in our local area have gone down, we've been able to do kind of a hybrid of in-person as well as a Zoom option. Some people still aren't comfortable coming in person, which is fine. So we try to kind of have that hybrid model available for everything. Some of our service projects, we tend, foster care is kind of an area that speaks to us. So we've done a lot with our local foster care program, and recently we're getting more into kids that are aging out of foster care, and so that we've been focusing some projects there. We've done move-in kits. These are typically 18, 19-year-olds that are moving into apartments on their own without family support. So we've gathered and put together supplies with kind of the basic essentials for moving into an apartment. We've worked with Packs of Hope, putting together backpacks for kids that are going into foster care. We do a giving tree for one of the local schools every year, and work with them on winter coats and necessities to fulfill that within our local school districts. I can't remember if I'm leaving some other point out that I should bring up.
Yeah, we'll, if you are, you'll have the opportunity to come back to it, Ann, so don't feel like you can't have that opportunity, but I think that was a great introduction. I made a mistake, and I looked over at the chat, and I missed your part on the how you're presently meeting. Zoom, in-person, hybrid.
Currently we're doing hybrid. We were doing completely Zoom for a while, and now we're finally able to meet in person. So so we've had kind of a hybrid option. I mean, our club was kind of known for having its monthly meetings at local pubs and restaurants, and we haven't really been able to get that back going again, but certainly looking forward to that option here soon, hopefully.
Okay, great. Thank you, Ann, and thank you to our panel. I do see some good topics coming up over in the chat, and again, depending on how things go, we'll do our best to try to incorporate things again through Derek. I did hear the word COVID come up a little bit. I would describe COVID for us as a condition, or when we talk about it in relationship to membership, I see it as what I talk about with fog and friction. Those are things that deter us from that whatever that goal is that we've set out there. In military terms, that's normally some type of an objective, and we say that it's fog and friction that can get in our way of accomplishing that mission. And so I see COVID as just that. It's a fog and a friction. So I would ask each of you if you could kind of speak to that a little bit of how you see COVID, and what are the things that you've done to try to combat COVID. So let's go to Joe first.
Yeah, Tim, and I actually, before Joe steps in, we had a question from Steve, and Joe, you can answer this along with what you're going to answer. Is he was wondering, along with what you're doing with COVID, how are you recruiting new members into the club?
Right. So my answer is going to be a little bit different on this. Wheatland, we really haven't, through this pandemic, had a lot of restrictions, to be completely honest. And so we have kind of been in a little bubble which has been a blessing to us for membership. So I know that's not as relatable to a lot of clubs, but we have really just plugged on as business as normal, trying to make everyone feel as comfortable as possible while protecting our older members. So I guess, Tim, I would hand this off to Ann or Abe, because for us, nothing's really changed as far as COVID goes.
So really though, I mean, your thing has really been, you've just kind of powered through it. You've continued to do what you were doing before COVID, and you continue to do it the same way.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. And Derek, we're going to come back to the recruiting piece. I won't forget that. I just want to stay focused on COVID for a minute, and then we'll move back to that. So, Ann, do you have a response to that? Is Ann muted?
Sorry, I have dogs, so I keep muting myself in between, but then
okay.
it resets my ability to unmute myself. So I'll stop doing that, and sorry if you hear my dogs. Yeah, this COVID world has been really, really interesting. I mean, I can remember March of last year getting ready for our meeting and being really excited about our 6-month schedule that we had planned and our upcoming activities, and then taking a look at it and thinking, we can't do any of these. Like, none of these will work. And we basically had to just table that later. And that ends up being one of my favorite meetings that I can remember from our club, going to that and just soliciting ideas like, hey guys, we can't do any of these things that we have planned. What do we want to do now? And so many people, that was one of our first Zoom calls, and it was one of those odd Zoom calls where everyone kept talking, and instead of me talking and feeling like I'm boring the planet, everyone had a lot to say, and we kind of started with a few ideas, and then those few ideas turned into more ideas, and then I felt like it was really quick before we had so many ideas and we just didn't have enough months to even get them all done, which was an awesome transition to get to, and I think speaks to the creativity and flexibility of our members. But I think the COVID environment is, is super unique, and I'm finding this in talking to some of our community partners and the nonprofits that I try to keep in touch with on a regular basis and kind of gauge how things are going and what they're working on. And I mean, COVID's super unique in that we're not seeing the typical one economic class affected. It's affecting everyone, and so many people that were successful and thriving and wealthy have also been affected, and now they're struggling and have never struggled before. And everyone knows someone who's struggling, who has lost their job, who's looking for food and has never had to do that before. And I find that as far as membership goes, it's a super ripe time to grow as clubs, because so many people see all the struggle around them and want to help. And I think being a service organization, we have this unique gift where we're organized and we kind of have a plan for how we like to help people, and we have all these ideas, and there's so many people that want to give back and help and just maybe don't know how or who to reach out to or how to volunteer. They're just not connected, and we are connected. And so, those people that are looking to help other people in their community are, they're searching for ways, and we just have to be in front of them. And that, I think one of the best things our club has done is just kept that calendar as full as we could get it. We've had to be super creative on how to do things remotely. We've had to change programs that we've done year after year, and they've looked completely different this year. But we've stayed out in front of people, and we've kept our presence known. And it's also been the other thing too, I find in COVID, is that businesses are also looking for ways to give back and get involved. And And so we've been super successful in getting corporate memberships and kind of offering a package that's a little bit different than what we would normally, offer to an individual member, but just kind of, doing a little promotion of their business in return, for getting them on board and being able to leverage their skills and some of our service projects. So I feel like it's been kind of a unique environment for bringing on those people.
Okay. Yeah. So you really kind of stopped and reset where you were and how you were going to approach your community and and you really used the club to determine what that path would look like?
Yeah, we did. We had to completely reset. Everything we had on the calendar just was immediately shut down and not doable. And some of the first ideas that people had was a healthcare appreciation. I find, kind of reflecting back on it for this panel, some of our early projects in COVID, I think got maybe a little away from the key mission of Kiwanis as far as children. Like we did some senior meals, we did the healthcare appreciation, we did teacher appreciation, just things that we could promote over social media and kind of stay behind our computers and do. So, I mean, we kind of had to broaden a little bit where we were offering a community service aspect. And as time went on, we were able to focus that back on the children, I think.
Okay, great. Thank you. So Abe, I've lost you on the screen, but I know you're there.
I hope. Yep.
There you are.
Well, yeah, COVID's hurt us in our projects. The only project we were able to continue is Meals on Wheels. And we have a regular route where our club members do that every day, I should say, every weekday. Now, because of COVID, a lot of our projects disappeared, but we were able to find additional projects like the integrated family community service, where they provide food boxes to families before Christmas and before Thanksgiving. Our group helped out, not just packing that, but one of our expertise with our club is that we do traffic control. Nobody wants to do traffic control, and we do what nobody else wants to do, and we help made it more efficient by doing that. The other thing we did is the Sheridan Food Pantry, and that's been going on for quite some time, but it's done by local church, and some of our members said, hey, they need help. They need guys to do labor, help set up, and what it is cars drive by, and we take boxes of food, put it in their cars. They go to each individual workstation throughout the parking lot. But our guys go and unload trucks and help prepare and set up for that. And then other members come and they're the distribution side and they help with that. And during this whole thing, we still do our action center. We're collecting food at our neighborhoods and we're delivering that to the action center. We are trying to find projects, but we can't keep all our members busy, but from what we have, our members are helping out with that. The main thing is trying to keep our members healthy themselves. And if we don't hear from somebody for a while, we call them and we check on them to make sure that they're okay. If some of our members have doctor's appointments, we take them to the hospital, if they need help driving and taking them back home again. So we're trying to find things to do. You had mentioned about children. Yes, our so-called direct children projects aren't there, but because of the food pantry, we're thinking we're helping 2 to 3 kids per car, and we're delivering we're giving out 150 meals or packages a week for that. And then we're also, with the integrated family combined services, we were doing 750 cars for each of those, and there are multiple families for each of those. So yeah, we're hurting in terms of finding projects for kids, but we're trying to make up for it in some other ways. So.
And you're doing it. I mean, it's clear that for all three of you, I mean, COVID has been a condition. It can be a tough condition to work within, but you're doing it, and that was part of what we wanted to do today. And Abe, you really segued into what I wanted to talk about next, because when we talk about membership, I see membership in two lights. I see it as a recruiting piece, and I see it as a retention piece. And you talked some about what you're doing retention-wise of contacting members, of taking members to appointments. Can you talk a little bit more about the retention piece? And then after we talk retention, then we're going to talk about recruiting. But first, I'd like you to focus on retention of your core.
Okay, now if we have, some of our members don't like Zoom. And so if we haven't heard them for a while, we make a list of the people that haven't attended, and we assign people in our club to call those people, make sure that they're okay, and try to encourage them to join the Zoom meeting. And they're glad that we're calling them because they haven't heard from anybody. So now we're making it a point to continually, every couple of weeks, call those people up to make sure that they're healthy. Now, for club members, like I said, they do have doctor's appointments, and depending on what the appointment's for, they can't make it themselves, so we help them with that. And then we also asked about past club members, if they need help, we kind of ask them to let us know so we can, the elderly, we let them help us. And one thing I might like to add, though, one of our members was put in a assisted living, and he ended up with COVID, and on his birthday, some of our club members went to his window of his room at the assisted living place and, cheered him up, wished him happy birthday. We all sent cards. This guy just turned 90 years old.
Oh, wow.
And he was so happy to see our guys, and that was led by the Kinzers, amongst others. And it was just making people, smile like that, and hearing about it made us happy. And our club members know that we're helping each other, and that's how we're helping to retain our membership also. And okay. I must stress, though, that our older guys are turning over the reins to some of the younger guys and encouraging them to take a more leadership role. So they're not leaving them, they're just mentoring them. So that's a big thing for keeping our membership.
Okay. Another thing I wanted to comment on that you had said, Abe, was that, during when you looked for other opportunities, you found some that weren't directly supporting children. My argument would be, I think that's why in Kiwanis we talk about kids, but we also talk about community. Because we know if we don't have a healthy community, and that includes every member of our community, we don't have a good environment for our kids. So I think indirectly, I think you can take at it that you are making a difference for children when you're making a difference for seniors. So I applaud you for that. Joe, do you want to talk a little bit about retention? Are there specific things that you've been doing in Wheatland to try to help folks, one, through this fog of COVID, and two, just in retention in general?
Yeah, absolutely. My biggest advice would be have a program, like an actual policy and procedure for member retention. Like write it down, know that after a set number of weeks, okay, John Doe has missed 3 weeks. This person's going to call. And just doing that for us has really been helpful, because you can always think, oh, I need to contact so-and-so, but unless it's a set procedure in your club, it's kind of hard to follow through sometimes. So we just put together our first own member retention program, where that's what ours is. So if so-and-so misses 3 weeks in a row, they get a phone call, and it always is the sponsoring club member's responsibility. And if they don't have a sponsor, a member sponsor, it's the membership chair's responsibility. So that's been really helpful for us, because like you said, we powered through COVID, but that doesn't mean that all of our members are always comfortable attending meetings. And so just to keep in touch with them and reach out on an ongoing basis is what we focused on.
Okay, and is that something, you know, and I'm not going to put words in your mouth, so if the answer is no, that's fine. But is that something that you think will carry forward even as we come out of COVID? That the person who doesn't attend, you'll still have that protocol to call them and see where they are?
Absolutely. I think it's definitely something we want to continue doing it perpetually. Mm-hmm.
Okay, great. Thank you. So Ann, you're on the hot seat. You're not on mute. Fire
Didn't
away.
mute myself this time. I mean, our situation's a little different, I guess. As the 321, we have the monthly meetings, so there's certainly a longer period of time in between when our members see each other. So retention can sometimes be somewhat challenging, but I mean, Peter mentioned earlier, I was surprised that only 30% of the clubs utilize the member satisfaction items that Kiwanis International provides, which I've been really impressed with that information that's out there. And I think by doing those surveys every year and some of the things that they recommend, it helps me understand a little bit better the different members of our club and what their passion is and why they're involved and why they chose to be a part of our club and why they like it. And it makes it easier for me to engage them in what brought them to us in the first place. I mean, we certainly don't have organized retention like Joe. I love your idea. I mean, we've certainly tried to come up with more structure around member recognition and things, you know, that I think are probably a struggle for most clubs. But I think as far as as president, I just feel like I've had to up my communication and up the amount of the emails that I send out or the phone calls that I make and the check-ins. I mean, I just have had to do a whole lot more of that on an individual level for COVID, because I feel like as people, well, even in our club, you miss one meeting, like it's so easy to just kind of be a little, like to feel like you're out of the loop and you don't know what's going on, and then it's harder to engage back in. And so I feel like the more I can kind of keep people reminded of what we have going on, encourage them to engage in our social media, you know, then I can keep them interested in what we have going on an ongoing basis and not lose their attention along the way.
You just mentioned something that I didn't hear from our other two panelists, but I'm kind of so social media and retention. You see that as a way to help keep them engaged and
yes.
And, okay, great.
Yes, very much so. I mean, I feel like we've encouraged the social media piece a lot through COVID because it's been really important to, you know, a lot of our programs. That's been how we've been conducting our projects is, you know, doing a social media drive for them and participation. I mean, our Giving Tree, for instance, at the elementary school, I mean, typically that's a program that there's a tree in the lobby of the school and there's a lot of physical, the parents would walk through, the teachers walk through, people would check out tags. It was a very physical type program. And all of a sudden our school is closed and there was zero physical ability for people to check out tags. We had to move that completely online. We did it more like a gift registry where we had kind of all the gifts identified, and we had to completely promote that on social media to pull it off at all. So, and I think as a club, I mean, it benefits the more our members engage in our social media and like post and share post, then the broader we have reach and who's actually seeing those posts and who gets them. So it's an important piece of kind of carrying on our project. So we've encouraged our members to engage and to help us. It helps the success of our programs, but I think it also helps them kind of stay in the loop and know what's going on. And when we can't get in person, I think it's really important that people understand where you are in a project and that way they don't kind of fall off to the side on the way. I mean, everyone likes to know how things are progressing and what needs we have and what's working well and what successes we have. And social media has been a huge piece of that.
Okay, great. Thank you, Ann. So I do want to get into the recruiting side of this. I've got 2 or 3 things that I'd still like to talk about, and I see it's 11:46 already, so this thing is going pretty quickly in my mind. But so Abe, I'm going to turn to you to talk about the recruiting piece of membership and what that looks like.
Okay. Well, first of all, we have a newsletter every week, and we've gone from 2 pages to maybe 4 pages. We do a recap of our projects on that, and we send it to over 300 people. And remember, we only have like 69 members. And what that does is encourages people to hear about our projects and learn about our projects. But at the same time, we've increased our participation in HOA newsletters. We give them articles about our major projects, church bulletins, and Facebook. We are boosting and doing a lot. We're encouraging our members to write articles or whatnot, and they don't post it themselves. We go to one person in our club, and they take care of posting it for the whole club. That way, try to get some consistency on that. And by the way, the person that's on our publicity committee, she's one of the younger members. So we're trying to turn things over to the younger members, and plus the younger members are better at the social media than some of us older guys. But we're using a lot more of that. And as I had mentioned before, 40%, I'd say, of our new members, approximately 40%, have learned about us from social media, and the rest are from friends and family. So we try to keep everybody updated from that. So.
Okay, so how about just the other part to me that's so important with recruiting, and I'm wondering what you think of this, Abe, but I talk a lot about just ask, you know, how important it is that you make that ask. Is that something that your club talks about, that you, I mean, does it just come naturally, or do you have to reinforce that with each other?
No, we don't have to reinforce it in our group. We're always talking to friends and neighbors, and some of it we've never said, hey, ask so-and-so, he's come to these meetings a couple of times. No, they're at meetings because our friends have asked their neighbors. And we're pretty good at doing that. I mean, yeah, we encourage people to ask, but at the same time, it's a natural for our members anyway, so.
Okay, great. Let's go, I'm gonna switch this up a little bit and go to Ann.
Keep me on my toes.
There you go.
Well, I think not everyone in our club is comfortable with the ask, whether that be for membership or for fundraising. I mean, that's just not a skill set that everyone feels comfortable about. And I think, I mean, I definitely put together sample wording on kind of what I send friends and what I would send to a prospective corporate member, and made sure to distribute that to the whole club so that people that aren't as comfortable with how to word it and what to say and what to phrase had language that they could use to send to their friends. I mean, for us, I think one of the most important ways is just to invite people to our service projects. And by having a service project every month, it gives us that opportunity to engage those friends and family members. And once they come and be a part of one of our projects, they want to be a part of the club. Like they get a taste for what we do and the value that we bring, and then I feel like it's an easier conversation from there.
Okay, so for you, a key word is invite.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
So Joe, your thoughts on recruiting and ask, and now I just heard another great word, invite.
Right. This is actually what I was most excited to share. So I don't know if this is like for a lot of clubs, but for us, it's just a general idea like, oh yeah, we need to ask more, we need to ask more. And it really wasn't coming to fruition, because you can think about something, but unless you put it in front of yourself as a visual goal, and you have a plan in place to get to that goal. It was really hard for us. So what we did, we included our entire club, and we made it priority, for lack of better word, but what we do is club brainstorming sessions. So we all sit down all together, the entire club, and we go around, and we think of specific people who we think would benefit to join our club. So we come up with a list of names, and then that way it gets everybody involved. It's not, because it's just hard when you have the 3 people trying and the rest of the club's kind of like, this puts everybody, they have some skin in the game. And they come up with so many good ideas that a membership committee wouldn't think of on their own. So it really is, we make it, or try to make it a team effort. And then we specifically go for that person, not just in general, like, hey, come check out our Kiwanis Club. What's really seemed to work well for us is like, hey, Cindy, you do this and you would be a great benefit to our club, and this is how we think we could benefit you. So we try the more personalized approach. And that seems to work really well. And then just, I guess, without being said, we have tons of applications everywhere all the time that we just hand people to get that more general ask to. So those are kind of the 2 trails we have fallen.
Yeah, you mentioned a word that I'd like you to talk a little bit more about, and how you work in relation to that, and that's goal. So do you see in your club that it's important to set a goal and to have that in front of the club, and how do you do that? Well,
this awesome guy named Tim Shepard when he was governor, came up with this great thermometer that we use in our club, but it's basically this giant board. And so what I have found, it's not so important what your goal is in the best way possible, like if it's +5 or +10, whatever you make it, but keeping it in front of your club every week, every meeting, this is just a visual reminder, and it just keeps it on the front burner, I found has been really helpful. So we fill in our little thermometer as we grow.
Hey, Tim.
Okay.
Abe, I'd like to mention that we also have a secret weapon. His name is
Secret Weapon. Great.
And he's one of our members. He doesn't let go. But he does it in such a way that our members try to get somebody to join, and if we're running into the trouble getting the final sign in, then we can sweet on him. and that's what they did with me. As I mentioned, I was a volunteer with the Kiwanis Club for 2 years before I joined. And it's because of other volunteer obligations I had. But Ken doesn't give up, but he doesn't hound you to death, but he's on you on a periodic, every week or so he'll hound you to try to get, but not there every day in your face. So he doesn't scare him away. He kind of, our members try to bring him in. If they can't, then Ken comes in and steps in. So he's our secret weapon for that. So.
Okay. So last question I have is about new members and the difference that you think. What do you see when you get a new member? What kind of a difference does that make to your club, or do you see that it makes a difference to your club? And we're going to start with you, Ann.
Of course you are.
Yeah, you did that. I'm thinking.
I know, into my thinking face. Honestly, I feel like it's been kind of hard with new members through COVID, because we have several members that I've actually never met in person. I could probably pass them on the street and I wouldn't even know who they were, because it's been so hard to engage in person. So, I think, of course they make a difference. And I think everyone that comes into the club, offers a new skill set and enthusiasm and passion. And, they bring a whole new personality to the group. And often, one of my favorite things is that, like I said, people are uncomfortable with the ask, but occasionally you run into people that love the ask or love to go and get donations. We're also different, and things that one person loves, another person hates. And that's kind of what makes the group work. And so I think every new personality you bring in is exciting for what it can bring to the club.
Great, thank you. So Joe?
Yeah, I echo what Ann said. You know, new members mean new ideas, mean more hands to help our community, which is the whole point. And so, I mean, they're a breath of fresh air for our club. And with them, if they have an idea they want to do, we do it. You know, we hear them out, and we've done new service projects because of the new members we brought in that we never would have thought of beforehand. And so it really changes our club with every new member we get.
Okay, thank you. And
Well,
Abe?
so far, we've been lucky. All our new members are participating in one way or the other. We have one new member that he was a fundraiser in his previous life, and he's helping us set up fundraising activities. We have others that they got different skills. When we need something, our new members would volunteer something. We needed a place for a blood drive because our previous place was under construction or whatever. And they step in and say, okay, use my church, use my club. They are active. If not physically lifting boxes like we do, they're participating in the activities through helping set up other meetings, other projects. So we're trying to keep them engaged, and we're proud that they are all engaged. That makes them good members for us. You know?
Yeah, that's great. Okay, and boy, again, that clock just is flying by, in my opinion. So I did want to give each of you an opportunity to say you know, if you had to boil this down to one or two things that you would want this audience to know, what would that be? And Abe, I'm going to start with you.
Okay, as I kind of mentioned a couple of times, our senior members are responsible for helping retain our membership. To us, retaining membership is more important than, or just as important as getting new members. And our members, like the Kenzers, McEwens, Huntleys, and Ken Sweet, they're turning over the reins. They're guiding the younger members to get new projects, and that's what our senior people have to do. I don't mean senior by age, senior in the club. They're helping the reins over to other people. And to me, that's the one thing I want to pass on. We got to help the younger people take over.
The younger people. Okay, thank you, Abe. Let's see. Well, we're going to reverse it again and go back to Joe.
Okay, my biggest thing, I guess, bullet points would be two things. Group effort, your whole club, not just a few people, but your whole club making it a goal, including your Kiwanis family. And then the second one, keeping it visual in front of your club would be my two biggest bullet points.
Okay, great. Thank you, Joe. And last, Ann.
I think understanding the value statement of your club is really important. I mean, I think that's a primary marketing technique, and that's what we're doing. That's what membership is marketing our club and the Kiwanis organization to people. So I think understanding the value that we bring, the value of being a member in the club, why people choose to be members, why they choose to want to volunteer with us, and why we're doing great things, like making sure that we put that information out in front of the people that we talk to, and kind of our social media posts are kind of written around that, just making sure that we communicate that value statement every time we open our mouth so that people can understand why being a part of us is important and fun.
Okay, thank you, Ann, and thank you, panel. It's straight up 12 o'clock. I did want to just recap. I think a couple things I heard is one, you have to wanna grow. Yeah, and that the idea of the more hands for service, you know, I think that's a great concept that we all should be able to buy into. And I know you're on this Zoom meeting today and you participated in this forum. So my assumption is you do want to grow. So then what we heard was, you know what, it does take time. It's not the kind of thing, it doesn't just happen. You've got to put time into it, and you've got to put effort into it. And these clubs have done that. The last thing that I heard is even under COVID, well, a couple of things about COVID. One, COVID has done some positive things for us. Like one, it's really opened our eyes to this thing called Zoom, and the fact that we can meet virtually and we can be in more than one place at a time. But two, we can be successful. We can be successful, and you heard different approaches to that. So what I would ask you to do is just take advantage of this information. Take advantage of our panelists. Joe, I'm going to kind of put you on the spot and see if we've had at least a couple of folks ask if we can get contact information for the panelists and get that sent out to everybody.
Absolutely. What I can do is post that. Well, this whole thing will be recorded. The chat will be recorded and put on our Facebook and our website. And then I can put out, if it's okay with Abe and Ann, just put your contact information on our Facebook post with it. So if you want to talk to us more, is that okay? Okay. That's how we'll do it then.
Okay. All right. And so Governor Bob, I wanted to turn it back to you and see if any last, I mean, it's a little after 12, so I do apologize, trying to be respectful of everybody's time, but I did want to turn it back to you for any closing remarks you would have.
Well, thank you, Tim. I just wanted to also recognize that when I introduced Tim, I neglected to say Tim was a past governor, and under his leadership, we were the only district in North America who grew. So we got the right guy in the membership chair, and that is Tim. So if your club needs some help and some insight on how to grow, contact Tim, or if you don't know how to get him, contact me or Derek, and we'll get Tim involved. So I also wanted to just say a quick thank you to Abe, Ann, and Josephine for putting yourself out there today, and a lot of great ideas. One thing I did want to mention too is, social media is a great thing. There's something called Nextdoor, and I don't know if any of you guys have used that. It is free. It's an app. You can target what areas you want. I use it all the time. The nonprofit world is using it a lot now. So, you can get on your cell phone and find Nextdoor and target the areas you want to target. So I also we recognize some of the individuals who were here from out of the district, but I neglected to say, to recognize the president-elect of the Kiwanis, excuse me, I had a brain lapse for there for a second. I wanted to recognize, first of all, Bert West, the Vice President of Kiwanis International, and Bob Garrison, who is the president-elect for the Children's Fund. So, we may not be may not have the most members of the largest district, but I'll tell you what, when you look at leadership, we do really, really well at an international level. So I want to thank those two guys for stepping in and stepping up and making the Rocky Mountain District noticed around the world. So we're going to close it down for lunch. We're going to be back here at 1:30, where we will have 2 more forums, and one will be, we'll get to hear from our service leadership programs. And then we will have some clubs who have been really successful with fundraising and service projects during the COVID environment as well. So Josephine, we're starting at 1:30. What time do you want people back? You can either stay on quite a while, but you can leave your computer on, or you can come back in. But what time would you want everybody back in, Joe, so that we can start on time?
You said it just right. I'm going to leave the Zoom room open. There'll be a little intermission sign. I want to start right at 1:30, if that's okay. So if maybe, if 100 people are coming back in, it's the same exact link. Aim for 1:20, 1:15.
Okay. Well, thank you everybody who presented this morning, and or listened in and got involved. And great questions in the chat. We're going to take a break right now, have lunch, relax, and we'll be back with some more inspiring education. Thanks, everyone.
Hey, Ann, great job. Abe, if you're still there, great job.
Thank you, Tim.
I think Joe stepped away.
Thanks, Tim. You're always awesome.
Oh, thank you, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
it flowed in the direction that I wanted it to flow. I wanted it to end, you know, where it did. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a lot of good ideas put out there. That's for
Boy,
sure.
there were.
Mm-hmm.
Great job, Tim. It was fantastic.
Yeah.
Oh, thanks, Joe. Thanks to you and Ann and Abe. You know, considering that we never rehearsed that, I think it came out very well.
Yeah, it was very genuine, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And what I love is we're not always highlighting the giant clubs. We're highlighting the mid-size or the smaller clubs.
Yeah.
We've done a great job and have to actually work harder at it.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Can you guys see the intermission sign?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
Intermission time, folks.
Okay, good. I couldn't tell. I'm going to go get some lunch. I'll be back. Bye.
Yeah. So Tim and Derek couldn't find me this morning and let me in. And you know why?
You didn't change your name, did you?
I didn't change my name. I was Edgar.
Oh, no kidding.
The killer's on the loose.
You know, yeah, the killer.
I was
Ed.
running and hiding.
Yeah.
So Joe was like, I can't find you. Thanks, guys. We'll see you at 1:30.
Okay. Derek, thanks. That part didn't work out quite like I thought it would, but I didn't, you know, I kept glancing over there. I didn't, you know, other than your recruiting one, which I think we got to, didn't we?
Yeah, I think we got to part of it. I mean, there were some other more specific questions that
So is any of the chat getting recorded? The chat has been live all the time, right?
Yes, it will give me a whole printout of it after we're done that I can post.
Does it just look like note after note after note typed into the document?
I think so.
Yeah. I'd like to get that if I could. I can't remember all your names this quickly. Oh, Ann, I see you're there. I know Ann.
Hey, John.
Christy Tolan, where are you from?
I am from Blue Spruce Kiwanis up in Evergreen.
Evergreen.
Yeah.
I belong to the Eye Openers, the Kiwanis Club of Fort Collins Eye Openers. We just go by the Eye Openers. Barb Fuller, how are you today? I've not seen you for some time. You're muted.
People had to say that this last year.
I know.
I think so. Kathy Lee, how are you?
Hi, how are you doing, John?
Good. I'll stop talking. I've kind of monopolized this, but it was fun. I'm sad I can't be with all of you. So
it's your way to reminisce about the hoopla, John.
Well, not everyone knows about the hoopla, but
we need a forum.
It was a fine deal when we did it. That was what our pig fund was. Those of us that were at the midwinter or the district convention, we regulated ourselves with just everybody put in money and then we'll provide. And it worked out quite well.
There you go.
John, you must be in your workshop because I can see some large pipe clamps.
Yes, you see pipe clamps. Yep. It doesn't look too bad. I'm trying to clean it up. It was kind of a disaster here a month or so ago. Who else don't I know here? Steve Joflas. Juflas?
Yep.
Where are you from?
I'm from Arvada, Jefferson, Kiwanis in Arvada.
Thank you.
And I'm originally from Grand Junction.
Oh, okay. So you knew about the pancakes.
Oh, yeah.
And Grand Junction's known for doing their pancake breakfast. And then Rod here from Cheyenne, from the Cheyenne Kiwanis Club, they throw the pancakes all over the place. They make them and toss them out somebody to catch. And it's quite a deal. I wish I'd get to go sometime.
That is true.
Krista, are you back with us? Nope, she left her picture on. And Tom.
I'm here.
Tom.
What's up?
Oh, I'm just having people introduce themselves. I want to know who they are. So you're from the Eye Openers Club. Oh, yeah.
I am.
You've met Tony Hayden.
Yeah.
Tony, are you there?
We had 12 members of the Eye Openers attend this morning. And there were like 102 people.
Hello there.
So over 10% of the attendance was Eye Openers.
Oh, yeah,
That's
you are the club.
impressive.
So, Tony, where are you from, please?
Grand Junction, Colorado. I'm president of the Grand Junction Kiwanis Club, and I've been listening to your chats and running around my office a little bit. We do we meet in person now. We met by Zoom, and so many people didn't do Zoom. They were begging to meet in person again. We had to really search for a new home because where we were meeting before kind of closed down to us because we were at the country club. And so the country club didn't really want us anymore because we didn't have any members of the country club. They got new management.
Oh,
so
you didn't have the
we
game now.
we had to find a new place, and we did find a new home, and they're wonderful. They treat us great, and more and more people are starting to come. But we meet by Zoom and in person.
You're doing a hybrid then.
So Tony,
Right.
was that Brookcliff Country Club?
Yes.
Oh.
Steve, can you believe it? I know your brother Pete.
Yeah.
He's not coming to meetings anymore, but he's still joining us for Pancake Day and everything.
Yeah, he moved up to Montrose.
Right, yes.
He ran away from home.
He did run away from home as fast as he could.
Yes, so. Yeah. So yeah, he still does the pancake bread, and where they put the funny teeth in and do all that.
Mhm.
Yeah.
One of the things we do that I haven't heard anybody else mention was we put out the Child Resource Directory. I started that in 1992, where we sell ads and then we distribute those with our logo to the different hospitals and different charitable organizations that have young families that need the resources to be able to help the families and their kids. So it's been real successful for us. And last year we didn't quite get going on it quite fast enough, and now we are going to be putting this out here in the next couple of months, and it's been real successful.
That sounds interesting. So it's all resources that young families can use.
Right. Because you all have nonprofits that give food, clothing, vaccinations, healthcare in your community.
Right.
And a lot of the young families, they don't have those they don't know about those resources. So when, that somebody has a baby, they'll get this resource magazine so that they know where to go for the resources for their young children and help.
Yeah, great idea. I might pick your brain on that one. That's a good one. We do a lot of work with Mother's Milk Bank, and I think kind of promoting all the different, and there's a couple other new infant kind of organizations. So it'd be good, good to get it in the hands of the people that really need it.
Right.
Maria
It's been real
Landrin.
successful. What's that?
Yeah.
Maria Landrin,
Hey.
where are you from?
I'm from Florida. I'm the international trustee for Rocky Mountain. Thank you for having me.
Welcome. I discovered a gem here, going through all the pictures.
Thank you.
And Carolyn Bushnell, where are you from?
Hey there, I'm from Monument, so Rocky Mountain is my home district, but I'm currently serving as the Key Club International Vice President.
Welcome. Welcome. Thanks for being here today. That's awesome. Molly Cartson, talk to us.
Hello. How is everybody?
So where are you from, Molly Cartson?
I'm from Fort Collins, Colorado. I'm the CKI district governor. So.
Hey, Molly.
Well,
yes.
great. Thank you for being here today.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Yes.
In
And how about
fact,
Chantel
John,
Merchant? Oh, what?
you just introduced some of our guests. So in light of that, we're 1 minute out. What I'm going to do is I'm going to mute everybody again and then take away.
He's on to you,
Thank
John.
Josephine.
I love it. I love it. I love meeting all the people like this. It's great.
Let's add
You're
that.
great, John.
Let's add that in for the next meeting, okay? For a communal gab fest. Thanks.
I love it. I think it's wonderful. Okay, so
It's the
here we
closest thing I
go.
can give you. The closest thing I can give you to being the hoopla guy.
Okay, so I have you all muted. I'm going to unmute our speakers. We are recording, and I just want to draw attention to two features really quick. Up in the top right-hand corner, there's a speaker view button and a gallery view button that you can go back and forth between that will enlarge the person speaking as we hear from our wonderful SLPs. So feel free to utilize that. And then also in Zoom world, you can clap like this. So if you hear something you like, then the speaker knows that we're engaged and listening. So, okay, Miss Robin, I'm gonna unmute you and the CKI guests.
Actually, Joe, I think Bob might have some opening remarks for the forum.
You're good, Bob.
Are we ready to start? Do we have everybody we need? Okay.
We do.
We do. Well, it looks like we got 78 participants right now and growing quickly, which is great. If for all of you who are here this morning, I think it was a fun and informational time we spent together. And we're going to try to make sure we do that this afternoon as well. And we're going to start off with our service leadership programs. You know, years ago, we had a whole big thing in the Rocky Mountain District called the Heart of Kiwanis. Well, you know what the Heart of Kiwanis is our service leadership programs. If we did nothing else, we could survive and do very well just talking about our service leadership programs. But we do so much more. So this has been a tough year for everybody, and that certainly does not leave out our service leadership programs. They have a tough, probably even a tougher time than us. The school's been closed and whatnot, but I don't want to steal that.
Join the meeting.
We're very fortunate that we have Robin Scudo, who is going to be the lead of this forum. So take it away, Robin.
Thanks so much, Bob. You know, we put so much thought into this virtual mid-year. And when we were discussing forums, I had a strong arm, both Bob and Derek and Tim, to get this session. So I'm thrilled. And as I look at the screen, I have goosebumps because, you know, this is what we're about. And this morning, President-elect Peter referred to our SLPs as the jewels in the crown of Kiwanis, and it is. And so I feel like a queen today, being able to host this forum and just go ahead and kick it off with some amazing, dynamic folks. We've got CKI, Key Leader, and Key Club that we'll be focusing on today. And so with that, I would like to turn it over to James Martin, my friend and just a stellar Kiwanian, but also the Rocky Mountain District CKI advisor, correct? And he's going to introduce Molly and Maria.
Actually administrator, but I won't correct you.
That's the word I was looking for.
Most of you know me. I'm starting, I counted up last night, we'll be starting my 5th governor when we take over tomorrow, and it's been a privilege to serve in this capacity. Today I want to introduce two speakers to you. Molly Courtson is our current CKI governor from CSU Fort Collins. She's been a member of the K family for, I think, 7, 8 years, something like that. And then we also are happy to have with us Marie Landron from Florida. She's our international trustee, and we have been honored to have her as an international trustee for 2 years, which is very uncommon in the Circle K rim. So I'm going to turn it over to them. They have a short PowerPoint for you, and then Q&A from you. So Molly, I'll give it to you.
Okay. Yeah, so I think we have our presentation. Okay, perfect. International, that's us. I think if you just want to skip to the, introductions, James already did that. So actually, I'm going to hand it over to Trustee Maria to talk about what is CKI.
Thank you, Molly. So, as it has been previously mentioned, my name is Maria Landron. I am a senior in CKI Palm Beach Atlantic University. I have been in the Kiwanis family for 7 years, and I have always felt like Kiwanis International and their service leadership programs were the first any type of leadership program that ever believed in me for the first time. So I'm so excited to be serving on the international board for the 2nd year this year. And the only district that I really wanted to work with and requested was Rocky Mountain. So I'm so excited I got them again. But Circle K International, as many of you know, is Kiwanis International Service Leadership Program that focuses on college-age students. We are the world's largest student-led collegiate service organization. And if you could please go to the next slide. This CKI this year has had, like in previous years, has had the highest number of service hours in the Kiwanis family per member. So our members are extremely dedicated and passionate about service. But like every other SLP and Kiwanis as well, we had experienced membership decline as in general, but also like specifically with COVID-19 this year. Our membership numbers currently stand at having 3,499 members in 290 different paid clubs throughout our 17 different nations. We this year have been focusing a lot on making sure that our clubs are not struggling with COVID-19 and paying dues. So we developed the COVID-19 dues waiver systems where clubs could request having their dues waived by the international board. Those clubs were either had their dues waived or placed on payment plans, but they were also able to request a COVID-A status, meaning that their club as a whole was not meeting this year because of COVID-19 in general, and it put a pause and some clubs throughout international. So hopefully next year we will be seeing those clubs come alive again after COVID. Another thing that CKI has been doing this year is that it has been able to develop an online chartering system. I am personally a very passionate and big advocate of chartering in general. I love the charter process. I could talk about it all day. So I really hope that these upcoming years, we see a lot more new charters in Rocky Mountain and throughout international, and we really hope that online chartering can facilitate this specific process. Additionally, this year, because of COVID-19, we really wanted to make sure that our members had the most amazing membership experience that they possibly could have. We developed a number of different events, including professional networking events. We had town halls with guest speakers. We had various trainings throughout the year, and we just went above and beyond to make sure that our members were as connected as ever. We also launched a program called Zoommates, where we would pair up CKI members based on their personality, their experience, and their role with other CKI members throughout the year. And we are continuing, lastly, our partnership with UNICEF USA. We have a partnership with them to raise $240,000 by the end of 2022. This year, the International Board set a goal of fundraising $40,000, and we are halfway there. So we have been also developing a lot of different engaging and interactive projects for our members to be fundraising with the goal of helping the nation of Haiti have clean water, sanitation, and hygiene throughout their nation. And then next slide, please. So I also want to go over what CKI in the future could look like. So the International Board, 2020-2021 International Board is on the process of creating a strategic plan and strategic vision for how CKI can look like in the future. Additionally, Kiwanis International developed the CKI task force that is looking at the structure, finances, and the membership experience of our members. So we really want to make sure that we are preparing CKI to be the change makers and the visionaries of the future. And I know that this is a task force that is going to be continuing on to next year. So this is Rocky Mountains. Chance, I'm going to pass it on to Molly. But before I continue, does anyone have any questions about the international level? Okay, thank you. Okay. Molly?
Yeah, so real quick, I'm just going to talk about CKI in the Rocky Mountain District. So right now we have 8 clubs across Colorado, Wyoming, and the Panhandle of Nebraska, which are listed on the left side of the screen. And something super exciting that we've been working on this year is we have 2 pretty strong potential charters. The first one is actually something really cool. It's called a multi-school charter. So it's going to be 2 universities under one charter, which would be the University of Northern Colorado and Ames Community College in Greeley. And then we're also looking at the University of Colorado, Denver. So yeah, and then can I have the next slide, please? And then I really quickly just wanted to touch on SOAR, which stands for Service, Opportunity, and Achievement in the Rockies, which is our district donation program that supports things like leadership training, the startup and development of new clubs. So like I was mentioning, those charters we were working on, money donated to this fund would go to things like that, service projects, district events. And then for more information on that, or if you would like to donate, you can visit our district website at this link and then scroll down to the SOAR page. And then I also just really quickly wanted to say a special thanks to the people who have already donated. They're listed on the left side of the screen. But yes, I think now we will open it up for any questions you guys have.
Wonderful. We have a couple minutes left, and if you do have questions, please put them in the chat. Happy to hand that over. And just really proud of things that are going on. I'm actually going to go ahead and pull the link for SOAR and place that in the chat in case we have some clubs that are interested in supporting Rocky Mountain District CKI in that way. All right, so we do have a couple questions here. Will the CU Denver Club be a multi-school club since there are several schools on that campus? James, would you like to take that one?
Yes, we're looking into that possibility. The students who approach us are from CU Denver and former key clubbers. And at one time we had a multi-school club there. And so we are looking into going back to that. From my understanding, they do have several joint clubs with the Community College of Denver and the Metro State. If possible, we plan to draw from all 3.
Wonderful. And then also we have a question. Since we're all experiencing COVID challenges, is there anything that we can do to help CKI out with any of the challenges you might be experiencing?
Unfortunately, COVID has hit us hard this year. We only have 3 clubs that are considered active. Colorado State, Mesa, and Mines. Colorado Springs is on COVID status, and we've lost communication with both Wyoming schools and with the students in Boulder. So the biggest thing I think we can do is to refer key clubbers to us who will be coming into these schools in the fall as soon as possible, so that we can start getting their interest out to help get these days reactivated.
I also want to add something to that, James, if that's okay. I feel like a lot of the CKI COVID issues that we might be seeing in the future, since like due season is over, is just like the leadership transition, because a lot of clubs aren't able to meet. There is a decrease of people that might be interested in leadership roles. So really just ensuring that if you do have an SLP that you aren't sponsoring, making sure that there is elections happening and there is a new leadership base, that those current leaders do transition properly with the new board, and that they are excited about the new year, that they are aware of all of the CKI opportunities that they can apply for, and really ensuring that this upcoming leadership team is really excited about CKI and all of the possibilities coming out of COVID, because I know that a lot of the current boards throughout CKI have been a little bit burned out. So just really making sure that they're excited to continue carrying their club into a successful new year now that COVID is in its last phases, because I think that's something that's really important right now, making sure that the next generation of leaders in CKI are ready to tackle any issues that they might have with COVID leftovers.
Wonderful. Well, this was so amazing. I set my timer and we are within 20 seconds of what I had planned for you guys. So perfect job. I'm very excited to hear about CKI, all the great things that you all are doing. And we're just thrilled that you're stepping it up, especially during these trying times, still making a difference, doing wonderful things. So thank you so much for your service and for your heart to the Kiwanis mission. So with that, we're going to move ahead and move along to Key Leader. And to start that, I'm going to actually throw it downstairs in our CASA right now to Chris Skirto, who's down in the office here at 3320.
Thanks, upstairs. So we have a real treat for you today. Talking about Key Leader, we have a wonderful fireside chat planned between two of the most brilliant young ladies I know. But first, the committee would like to go into a little bit of an update for you guys. And for those of you who have managed to be like my kids and learn to tune out me over the last couple of years, I'd like to talk to you a little bit about what Key Leader is. Key Leader is a weekend leadership program designed professionally, and it's for high school students. You don't have to be a Key Club member to attend. And in fact, 65% of our students are Key Club members. About 35% of our attendees are not Key Club members. The program was professionally designed and developed. It is professionally facilitated. So we actually pay a professional to come in and facilitate this leadership program for these kids. And the mission of the program is pretty simple. It's to inspire young people to achieve their personal best through service leadership. So we teach them how to get involved in the community, how to be a leader in their community, and how to give back to the community. The program helps them discover their own unique leadership styles and abilities, and it gives them tools to bring those to the forefront and actually become leaders in their community. The program is based on 5 key principles, personal integrity being one of those, personal growth and developing mind, body, and their spirit, respect for others, showing consideration for self and for other people in your community, building the community by developing relationships to achieve goals with a group of people, and then kind of the pursuit of excellence, being engaged and being at the top of your game for everything that you do try to do. We do have a committee for Key Leader, which is great. We've got a 7-member committee You're going to hear from 2 members who are going to give quick updates in a second. But I would encourage you all to get involved. We have members from all over the district. You could be anywhere in the district and participate and help us out. You can reach out to me or any member of the committee to do that. We really need your help, and particularly we need 2 skill sets right now. Surprise, surprise, we need social media skills, and surprise, surprise, we need web development skills. So I would encourage you to join us, get involved. And with that, I'm going to throw it over to Wayne. And Wayne, if you give me 2 seconds, I'll pull up the presentation.
Thank you. Am I unmuted?
You are.
Good. If you could scroll that forward to where I am. Good, thank you, Chris. We are planning for 2 key leader events for the district in 2021. We're going to show you some of the sites of this. The first one, session 1, is going to be at the YMCA, the 3rd weekend in October. You see the dates there. The YMCA of the Rockies is the very west end of Estes Park, and it's just in its own valley and nestled up against the Rocky Mountain National Park. When looking from that, we're slipping around here. I'm not touching anything. Can we go back? Okay, from that main admin building that you see to the right of the picture on the right, if you're on the porch and you're looking out at the flag, you can see the Mummy Mountain Range there. And then when you're looking at the building the other direction, you can see Long's Peak in the distance. It's all in this lovely little valley, a beautiful spot. We were there a couple years ago very successfully. This is a meeting hall at the YMCA camp, and you can see the exterior and the interior of the building. We will probably only need half of this. You can see there's a sliding folding subdivision that you can pull out of the wall on the side. Just plenty for the 60 folks that we will have in that program. Okay, this is a residence hall at the Y. It's going to be for the guys, the girls, and all the counselors. Split the floors for the 2 sexes, but and you can see a typical room there. Each room has its own separate bathroom, shower, and toilet facilities. Very, very comfortable. The second session is at a new place. It's about 3 to 4 miles to the northwest of Buena Vista, Colorado, and it's going to be held on the last weekend in October 29th through the 31st. You can see the entrance way out on the plains, and on that sign sort of covered by the sun, you can see the name of the area where we're going to be. It is called the Roundup Ranch area. And you can see if you drive down that road and get to the foothills, you see this lake, and this whole area of the Roundup area is located in and around this, or into the area of this lake. The next slide there. Okay, this is what the campsite looks like. You're just on the foothills as you see the terrain going up. All of the buildings are lovely log cabins. This fire pit is down by the edge of that lake. It's right behind you in the camera. And Saturday night, as those that have been to Key Leader, is a big event, having the bonfire and a place to be at that. Let's go to the next one there. This is our meeting hall, the Vallerine Lodge. It's a 4-winged log cabin building. You can see the meeting space on one wing down in the picture on the left-hand side. The food service area is in our 2 wings behind you from that picture. Just a lovely spot there. Here inside one of the residents' cabins is a typical room. Bunk beds and all the rest, very functional, and in fact, attractive. And each one of these rooms has its own separate bathroom and showers and so forth. A lovely spot. So we think that we've got two wonderful spots for key leader, and hopefully we share this kind of pictures to the potential participants. They will get excited about it also. Thank you. We'll pass it on to the next.
So next up, we have Jack, who's a member of the committee as well.
Can you hear me?
Got you, Jack.
Okay, as you can see, we have two great places to have key leader. And at this point, I'd like to share with you where we need some help to make this happen. The first thing is we're asking all the clubs to promote this, and hopefully you have a key club, and encourage you to promote it through your key club, or if you don't have a key club, if you can do it through your high schools. The promotion will have to be very serious in August and September. We are starting up here in Fort Collins now, but it's because of COVID, the key club's not meeting too consistent. It's kind of hard, but come August and September, we're going to have to really push it and ask your Kiwanis advisors to the key club to really get active in that. And we're asking the club members throughout the district, we need some Kiwanians to help us at that this weekend. We need 8 to 10 Kiwanians to help work as chaperones, set up the rooms, help with supplies, and just be around. And then do bed checks at midnight. That's pretty important. Make sure everybody's accounted for. And then what we're doing now, we're working through the lieutenant governors to inform their divisions. We're working with the governor and the top officers and get their full support, which we know we have. And then also we have individuals who are working with the key club board throughout the district and inform them to let the key clubbers know what's going on. And then one thing is with this thing, there's a $50 charge for the key clubbers. The rest is being picked up by the Rocky Mountain District, and that'd be the financial support. At this point in time, we estimate we're looking at about $50,000. We have raised $23,000 from last year. We didn't have one, and then this year, and we're looking at, we need about another $18,000 to make this thing happen this year. So we're asking the clubs to really seriously consider helping us out. And finally, the committee is working very hard on trying to get other grants to help us. We have some potential grant possibilities, but we won't know it until we get the official word. So that's what we're asking for you. And we're really looking forward to these great places and to keep the key leader program going in our district. Thank you.
Thanks, Jack, and thanks, Wayne. With that, I'm going to quickly throw it back to my lovely wife.
Absolutely. Oh, I am so thrilled to be able to introduce Caroline Bushnell, who is an amazing dynamic key clubber in the Rocky Mountain District. I'm going to give just a little bit of information about Caroline before we discuss her experience at Key Leader. So she's a longtime member of the Kiwanis family, starting in 4th grade with the K kids at her elementary school. She's currently serving as Key Club International Vice President. In addition, she was Lieutenant Governor for the Rocky Mountain District and has moved on to serve as the International Trustee for Alabama, Indiana, and Illinois Eastern Iowa districts. Outside of Key Club, she's interested in policy, law, and administration, and plans to attend a 4-year university to major in business management or administration. So Caroline, before we actually hear about your Key Club experience, I'd love for you to tell us how you first heard about Key Leader and what made you sign up.
Of course, absolutely. First of all, thank you for having me today. Key Leader was an amazing event, so it's a privilege to be able to come here and talk about it a little bit. I had heard about Key Leader within Key Club, you know, on the district board, within my home club, but it wasn't until a Kiwanian that I really trusted as a mentor reached out to me and said, this is something that you could really benefit from, that I think you would be great at, that I actually considered signing up seriously. I think that Kiwanian is actually in the call today. So shout out to Mike Luganbuehl, who's been one of my biggest mentors within Kiwanis from Monument Hill Kiwanis. So shout out to them too. But I don't think that I would have seriously considered actually attending an event like this without that gentle, kind encouragement from Mike. It really meant a lot to me that he would take that time to say, this is something that I think you'd be really good at. This is a great opportunity. And I said, I believe you. And I did it. And thank goodness, because it was just an awesome experience.
So many times we hear folks that have gone through the program and they'll say this was life-changing. And for us as Kiwanians, and especially as we're fundraising, trying to pay for this, I'm just wondering if you could give us some tangible benefits that we can take away from this that perhaps help you with your long-term impact as far as leadership would go.
Of course, I think that conversation really starts within why Key Leader is a different program than anything else that's offered within Key Club or the rest of the K family. And that's, it creates a community of people in a way that I just haven't seen any other events do. I've been to my fair share of board meetings and district conventions, and those are amazing events, but the environment that's created at Key Leader, when you're all staying together in a big room, when you're around the fire talking, when you're eating every meal together in this giant group, it becomes impossible to not let the walls come down and to not really get to know the people around you. And that has had a really profound impact on how I've, created those communities in other places now as a leader. And it's become one of my priorities. As I go to events, I'm thinking, how can I make people feel comfortable? How can I make people feel like they're a part of something bigger? And Key Leader was really the catalyst for me understanding how big of an impact that community can have and how big of an impact it can have to really see the deeper sides of everybody. And Key Leader is just really, really well suited for that, whether it's just literally being in such close proximity for that weekend. It feels a little bit like a summer camp, which I never had the opportunity to do as a kid. So I loved being able to do it as a high school student. Or if it's the speakers that they bring in, the curriculum, everything just brings people together. So now going into being on the international board for Key Club, at board meetings, we do things similarly to what they do at Key Leader to create that community and to try to bring those walls down, because that's when real impactful leadership and service starts to happen, is when you can see that side of people.
And maybe in some parting thoughts, I know in a couple of the conversations we've had, you mentioned some of the takeaways from this experience for you that you wanted us adult Kiwanians to know were some of the most impactful experiences that you had had. And so I'm just wondering if in closing, we could just part with those comments.
Of course. If I had to say anything to sum up the Key Leader experience for anybody, whether it was a high school student or a Kiwanian, Key Leader breaks down stereotypes to bring people together in the pursuit of making the world a better place and in helping people. And that in itself is so uniquely profound and important. I think if that happened more often, if we could see past some of the superficial qualities and work together to make a difference, we would be living in a much better world. So Kiwanians, if you guys are listening to this and thinking, I don't know, that sounds kind of interesting, reach out, try to get members to sign up. If you have the financial privileges to be able to donate money or to contribute, please do that, because this event is really outside of anything I've ever had the opportunity to do before. And it can be an amazing experience for everybody. I know Kiwanians who have gone to Key Leader and have come back saying, wow, I learned so much about myself and about my leadership style. So if you can attend as a chaperone, attend. If you can contribute financially, contribute, and just really reach out, make that personal connection to the members that you think could benefit from it, whether they're Key Club members or not. Anybody you see in your life that you think could go to that event and come out a changed person, please do it. I know I'm so much better on the other side of Key Leader.
Well, we're so grateful that you shared your experience with us today. And thanks, Chris, Wayne, Jack, for your input as well. We're going to go ahead and hand it over to the powerhouse administrator for Key Club here in the Rocky Mountain District, Miss Ann Stelling, who's going to take it away with Jessica.
Hi, everybody. So I'd like to introduce the 2020-2021 Key Club Governor, Jessica Kalor. Jessica is a senior at Peak to Peak High School, where she's been a Key Clubber and a lieutenant governor. She's active in basketball, dancing, hiking, and paddleboard. You might think just another typical teenager, but I have found Jessica to be anything but typical. She took the reins in a year where everything changed. Every day it changed. This year has been like any other year, and there was no one for her to ask, how do I do this? Jess ran the board completely virtual, from beginning to end, virtual, never been done before in the Rocky Mountains, and has kept the board not only engaged, but productive. She's had to be flexible and make some pretty tough decisions. And I've had the privilege to work alongside this amazing young woman and watch her grow. And now I get to share her with all of you. Please welcome Jessica Kalor.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much, Anne. I'm so excited to just update you on what the Rocky Mountain District has been doing for the past year. So we're going to start off by training all of you guys. So our first trivia question is, what is the Rocky Mountain Key Club mascot? So we have Rocky the Jackalope, Bullwinkle the Moose, Paca the Penguin, or Bernie the Saint Bernard. So type it in the chat and let us know, and we'll see how smart all of you guys are.
So far, so good.
Wow. I'm shocked, actually. Perfect. I'll give you guys 10 more seconds to type it in. Okay. And all of you guessed it correctly. Rocky the Jackalope. There's a cute little picture from one of our bulletin editors. And then second question, what should the Rocky Mountain Kiwanis mascot be? Personally, I think a dinosaur, but I want to hear what all of you guys are thinking. And then write that in the chat, because I want to see. Ooh, bighorn sheep. That's a good one. See, dinosaur. I think a majority for dinosaur. Wow, okay. We'll make it happen. Keep typing in your answers because I want to see them, but I will move on. So I first wanted to start off by talking about the impact of COVID-19 on Key Club. Obviously, our board meetings are affected, and we'll talk about that later in the presentation, along with membership took a hit, just as CKI did as well. And then Decon, Icon moved to being virtual, and then also fall and spring rallies, we had to do it a little differently, along with service projects for our clubs, had to be virtual and social distance. And then in spite of that, we were able to start a lot of new initiatives this year, and trying to adjust our board meetings and all of those basic routines, along with starting new policies and procedures. So we have our first ever policies in place, and we're hoping to update bylaws for if we don't meet in decon and things like that. And then we updated our district website. So if you go to rmdkeyclub.org, we made it a little more user-friendly by our great webmaster, Emma Beauvert. And then we had a bonfire shirt drive, which was a fundraiser for Thirst Project community libraries, where we were donated to community libraries by the Kiwanis E-Club, and some board members were able to paint it. We started an E-Club, but we dismantled it because we were able to help and put our resources into helping each individual start their own club within their school, and help to gain membership more through that. And then a COVID-19 resource drive. I was lucky to be a part of the COVID-19 International Task Force, and I was able to provide resources from districts all over Key Club International. And then district-wide fall rally. Instead of doing a separate division-wide fall rally, since it was virtual, we got the opportunity to have everyone, all the clubs from around the district, be a part of the fall rally. And then here's some pictures. We have some board members gracefully wearing our bonfire pictures. And then we have pictures of us painting our libraries. And then a little bit of the numbers for membership. So 44% of our members have paid. 57% of our clubs have paid as well. And this is relatively good across the districts of Key Club International that are similar to our size. And then we started a membership development chair, and we're hoping in the future to really focus on membership growth and chartering. I did see somewhere in the chat that someone wanted to charter, which is exciting. Some difficulties this year, schools weren't allowed to meet virtually or in person. Some only could meet virtually, and for in-person learning, they had like cohorts. So managing time and all of that, our club officers had to work really hard to cater for everyone, which also led to a decrease in membership. And then I want to go into why pay dues super quickly. So if you, by paying dues, you're available to leadership opportunity, events, scholarships and awards, resources, and so much more provided by International and the district, like conventions, as I mentioned. International has scholarships. There's a lot of resources, not only from our Kiwanis connections, which is so helpful, but also like Global Leadership Certificate, which International just put out, and just incredible resources. And then how our district dues allocated. We made a little chart regarding it. So a lot of it goes to board meetings for district board members, and then club resources if we want to distribute them, and like decon and all of that. And then international dues are allocated. This graphic was made by, the numbers were made by International, but for all member materials, so you get like membership booklets, and then also some cards and a lot of helpful things to just grow membership, and then staffing and communication, as seen PR expenses, research and focus groups, etc. And then coming back to board meetings, this year we did have to switch on a virtual platform, and we had to create engaging icebreakers. They were a lot shorter just because we didn't want people on the computer too long. They were cheaper. They were totally free, which was incredible. And then we had to make it productive. So we tried integrating a couple like poll questions, as we did in the beginning of this presentation, just to get people really paying attention to what we're saying. And then for the future plans, we hope to strengthen the K family, which I hope is every SLP's goal, but I wouldn't be here without my Kiwanis home sponsoring Kiwanis Club. Shout out to Foothills Kiwanis. And then continue work on policies and bylaws. I know I mentioned wanting to implement a part of the bylaws talking about if we don't meet for decon, if another pandemic, hopefully not, but if that happens, what will we do? Grow membership, because we did take that hit, and then we have yet to have a picture with all our steering committee members, which is a perfect segue to the next slide, which Anne will talk about.
All right, so the steering committee, that is the adults that get to come alongside the Key Club board. And right at the moment, we have several steering committee members. So we have Ray Kepler, we have Dan Levan, we have Tara Tripp, we have Gay Hughes, and Brady Beers, who this all couldn't happen without them. We also have an adult advisory committee, and that includes the administrator, the assistant administrator, and the financial advisor. And I've been very blessed to have Julie Lana as my assistant admin and Dory Eddy as our financial advisor. We are looking to add more people. We are going to lose some people off of our steering committee. Plus, I'm going into my 4th year, and I would like to move on to other things. Plus, I also think we need to bring in new blood into the into Key Club. And so I'm reaching out to everybody, and it's not just Key Club. If you're like, whoa, I can't handle Key Club, there's just too much, that's fine, because Circle K needs you, Action Club needs you, Builders Clubs need you to become involved, either as a Kiwanis advisor or stepping up into their steering committees as well. I saw that James had sent out a quick ask through the chat. Absolutely, we need everybody, because the more hands, the lighter the work. And not to mention the fact that you guys get to work with these amazing students. I've not only worked with Jessica, but I had the privilege of working with Caroline my very first year. And I tell you, Caroline is one of the students that made me think, yes, this is the program I want to be involved with. And, you know, not just Caroline, but I've had Sam Stoltz, and I've had Jenny Torres, and now Jessica, and we're excited to wait to see. Thanks, Caroline. Excited to wait to see who our next governor is going to be. But if you guys have any interest in stepping up into any of these roles, please give me a shout out. I think our next slide has our contact information on it, right, Jessica?
It has decon, but after that.
Oh, okay. So one of our slides has our contact information, so you can absolutely reach out to us and find out, well, what does this all entail, and what can I do? We need as much or as little as you are able and wanting to give from your heart. So let's go next to decon.
Oh wait, we have another question.
You're right.
We have, who is the most loved steering committee member? We have Dan Levan. We have Tara Tripp, Brady Beers, Ray Kepler, or Gay Hughes. Type it in the chat. I'll give you guys 10 seconds. Ooh, we have a variety. We love them all too. I will go past, but please share the love to all of our steering committee members. We couldn't decide, so it's a tie between Dan and Ray. They've been so monumental and always bring a smile to my face, at least. So we have district convention. We really want Kiwanians to attend as well. I will drop the link in the chat after I stop sharing. But we would love if you want to learn more about Key Club, if you're interested in the steering committee board, If you're a sponsoring advisor for a Key Club, please just come to learn more, interact with our Key Club members. Key Club would be nowhere without Kiwanis. But we can move on to questions. Anyone have one?
There was one question.
Oops, go ahead.
Oh, that's okay. There was one question, Jessica, about how much the dues are.
Exactly.
Okay. Dues are $14, so 7 to the district, 7 to international. And then decon is March 27th through 28th.
And just a quick reminder for the adults who do want to come, there is a forum for adults. We do a training forum for our Key Club, our Key Club Kiwanis advisors and our faculty advisors.
Perfect. I think I saw someone say highlight of my term. Probably November board. I just got to talk to my board members a lot more, and it was really nice.
And we did have a question about translation of all the acronyms. So DCON stands for District Convention. Jessica, help me out here. I'm trying to think of some of the other acronyms that might have been used.
ICON is International Convention. And then I might have said LTGs, which are lieutenant governors, almost like regional representatives for the district.
Wonderful. So Jessica, if this was the last slide, can I have you stop sharing your screen? Thank you so much. There we go. So everyone should be in gallery view. And I have been spending a majority of my life on the screen, and it's always so much fun to end seeing everyone's faces after we look at all these presentations. And I know especially it's just so hard not to be in person and giving each other hugs and handshakes. So you know, we have our little clapping language, clapping and sign language. And I just want to give a huge shout out to all of our SLPs and all of you that presented today. Amazing stuff is happening in the Rocky Mountain District and internationally, because we rock here in this district, sending people on to make a difference everywhere. So just so happy, thrilled, excited. We'll make sure that we capture information in the chat. If you can support CKI, Key Leader, Key Club, please do so. As President-elect Peter said, this is the jewel in the crown of Kiwanis. I mean, I just love that statement because it's true. So thank you so much to everyone that spoke today. Tim went a little long with his session before, so we could go a little long now. But I will say this, there were quite a few comments about not taking a break. So I want to make sure that we stop and have a moment if anyone needs to go downstairs to the office to say hello to their husband, or upstairs to one of the bedrooms to say hi. So you guys, it was just an amazing conversation today. Thank you so much for all you do, for the difference you're making, for the service. And just from my heart, just want to say how grateful I am. So thank you so much. And let's make sure that we all have a visual here. Woo!
Well, thank you, Robin. And I'm going to keep it short so we can have a little break. But Ann, James, Chris, you know, the goal of our SLPs is developing servants' hearts and leaders for the future. And what we heard today, and we hear all the time, you guys are amazing. Thank you for the work you do. We are in great hands with our young people coming up. That's for darn sure. So our next forum will start at 2:30 on the head. So we have, it looks like 7 or 8 minutes to do just what Robin said, visit upstairs, downstairs. We will start right on time, okay? So if you can turn your cameras off if you want, or you can just sit and chat, okay? Thanks, guys.
Everyone is able to unmute themselves now, so feel free to mingle.
Hey, Josephine.
Yes.
If you have a reactions down at the bottom, you can clap. You can clap there.
Yes, that's a very good point. You cannot
Another
clap
choice.
two different ways.
Or you can put a thumbs up too. It's true. A couple of things there.
Love it.
Anyway. Hey, James.
Yes.
We've got some money coming your way from Arvada Jefferson.
Okay, I got a phone call from them. I need to confirm her.
Leslie, yeah.
The email address. So
Yeah, she'll email you some money, yeah.
hopefully a couple of thousand or maybe $1 million would be nice.
I'm sorry, what?
A couple of thousand or maybe $1 million or.
It might be a little less than that, but kind of
okay.
Similar.
Robin, that was too quick. You must have met Chris at the stairs. You didn't think we'd
How are you feeling?
Oh, I'm blushing, Derek. Woo!
Oh, that was exciting.
That's right.
Wow. Woo.
This is a family channel now.
Oh, gosh.
Too
funny.
Sorry, everybody.
And after all those years of pillow talk, and now all we do is Kiwanis and then cook food and eat. Occasionally.
So are you Kiwanising, Robin?
I don't. Anne was calling it purpling, but I
know. Do we have to come up with a new color?
Oh,
purple.
Oh, I meant your activities. You spent your whole day Kiwanising.
Yeah, oh yes, I'm sorry. After Kevin Fitzgerald this morning, my mind went elsewhere. I'm sorry.
Derek, how are you feeling?
I'm doing pretty good, Hazel. Based on what the doctor said when I was down in Houston the first part of February, they really liked the treatment. They thought it went really well, and I just have to do a follow-up in August, and we'll see if they have anything else they want me to do, because it sounds, based on my schedule, they just will have me go down and do blood work and do a quick ultrasound and then visit with the doctor. So unless something else comes up, I think going forward it'll just be annual appointments. So I'm good.
And who will be watching the dogs?
Well, that depends on what happens with COVID, Robin.
We drive our car even in COVID.
I know. I know. You're just jonesing. I know what it is. You miss them.
Yes, we do.
And actually, Rob, we thought about it. If COVID's lifted and Shauna can go down with me, we thought about driving down to Denver with the dogs, and maybe somebody can babysit for a couple days.
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Hint.
Surprise.
Oh, you guys, they are so adorable. Just love them. So
You just better hope Frankie is calmed down before he comes and sees you.
he'll be fine.
Yeah, he's calm now.
Derek, I think they'd prefer to come to Story.
The problem
Russell,
that's a long way to backtrack to DIA.
Not at all.
Or you know what? You could get Chris and Robin to stop in Wheatland we can drop off the dogs in Wheatland with them. They can come see you for the couple days. We can drive to Denver and then meet them back in Wheatland after when we come back.
Works for me.
Actually, Denny has a little grandson here in Castle Rock, so come on down.
I'll plan to be there this next weekend.
Oh, seriously?
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Maybe we can meet for coffee or something.
Janet Burns. Join the meeting.
Libation.
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, what we should do, if you haven't seen it yet, the little library is at corner of Gilbert and South. Is that Centennial Park?
Yeah, I've seen pictures of that. That's great.
Yeah, we're pretty proud of it, and it's given Impact Club something to do on a frequent basis. And you know that the area that's right there is definitely in need of like that. So we're happy to be supporting literacy in that community.
Yeah, I think it's terrific that the K-Kids Club and the tutoring still going on at South there. That's fantastic.
Yes, we're trying. We still can't get in the school, but we're still trying to make connections with them. And as soon as we can, we'll be there. But otherwise, we're, Erin, the principal, is just fantastic. And Amber has been very engaging. And they sent a beautiful note after the little Valentine piñatas that we dropped off. And we had some extras for not only additional advisors that we're hoping to bring into the loop, but some students as well. And she was just so grateful that we had done that, and it just lit the kids' face up when they came back in person and saw those there. So, yep, glad to keep that going, and we're grateful for all you did to get that started so many years ago. And I'm sad that you've moved up to Wyoming, but they need you there too, right?
Well, I think I'm here for a reason, so hopefully.
Absolutely.
Okay. Well, it's 2:30, so we're gonna move on. So our next project here is the club service and fundraising spotlights, which will be led by our immediate past governor, Derek Manley. Go for it, Derek.
All right, great. Thank you, Bob. And again, good to see everybody. I know that the weather here in Scotts Bluff is a lot nicer than what's been the past couple of days, but I'd rather be seeing you folks in person or on Zoom rather than being outside, even despite the weather. So I know with what's gone on over the last year with COVID, it has really changed how we've operated. We've been talking a lot about that today. And of course, that's also affected our ability to get out in the community and serve like we normally have and raise funds. But that doesn't mean that we can't find ways to pivot and adjust to be able to still serve the community and help out our kids. So what we decided to do is get some perspective from around the district on how certain clubs have been able to take their projects and pivot or find new projects that are being affected by the pandemic. So we're going to present 4 projects today. We're going to do them one at a time, and then we're going to give each presenter 10 minutes to talk about what their project is or how it's been affected by COVID. And then we're going to leave 5 minutes at the end of their presentation to open it up for questions. And we'll just, as soon as that's done, we'll proceed to the next project. So I hope everybody's ready to learn about how hopefully you can pivot off some of your projects and fundraisers. So we're going to start with the Blue Spruce Evergreen Club and President Christy Tolan, who is here with us. Where's Chris? There's Christy. Hi, Christy.
Hi, thank you guys for having me come and speak today. Thank you all for being here too. I am going to talk a little bit about Souls for Souls. We did find Souls for Souls on the Kiwanis International website as a service project. So we, I guess to back up a little bit, I am president of Blue Spruce Kiwanis and a Souls for Souls ambassador. Emery Dinner is the director of operations in Wheat Ridge at the warehouse, Souls for Souls warehouse in Colorado. Souls for Souls is a nonprofit organization that was founded in 2006. It's based in Nashville, Tennessee, with 7 warehouses around the country, including Wheat Ridge. They turn unwanted shoes and clothing into opportunities by keeping them from going to the landfills and putting them to good use. The Wheat Ridge warehouse, because of its size, does not take clothing. They only take the shoes. From the warehouse in Wheat Ridge, the shoes are shipped down to Wadley, Alabama, where they will be sorted by region and shipped out around the world as appropriate. This morning, the Wheat Ridge warehouse loaded another 52-foot semi-trailer with 25,000 pairs of shoes. And since June of 2020, the Wheat Ridge warehouse has sent 90,000 pairs of shoes down to Wadley, Alabama. That number is considerably down because of COVID. Usually it would be well over 100,000. You can donate shoes or do a shoe drive from anywhere in the country. If you're not close to the Wheat Ridge warehouse, there is a company called Zappo that you can use to ship the shoes, and through that company, the shipping is free, and you can ship them to Denver, to the Wheat Ridge warehouse. Used shoes donated go to a micro enterprise program, which helps entrepreneurs around the world make money for themselves and their families. Souls for Souls ships the shoes to partners around the world. Those partners sell the shoes to the entrepreneurs, which in turn will resell them to make money for their families. Some places, these women have huts just set up on the beach, and some of the places have true thrift stores like we do here in the States. Souls for Souls gives brand new shoes around the world, including the US, to those in need. The new shoes come from corporate partners. Some of those corporate partners are Crocs, Reeboks, New Balance, Nike, and North Face. Souls for Souls is also launching a new program here in the Denver metro area called Souls for Summer, which will provide new shoes to kids. That program is strictly done by donations, not by used shoes, not by shoes. Nonprofits can apply for new shoes by reaching out to Emery Diner, and I'll give her contact information at the end. These shoes are free. However, that nonprofit does have to pay for the shipping. So that's a little bit about Souls for Souls. Now going back to what Blue Spruce Kiwanis does with Souls for Souls. We have held a shoe drive in the King Soopers parking lot where we just set up a table, and people can, after they do their shopping or before they do their shopping, they can come by, drop off their shoes. We did that pre-COVID, so sometimes they would say in chat, sometimes they would just drop them off. We take those shoes and pair them by either tying the laces together or rubber banding them together, and then bagging them in bags of 10 pairs of shoes per bag. And then they go down to the warehouse to be shipped out to Alabama. We have collection boxes around Evergreen and Conifer. We have 3 different banks, 2 big R stores, one in Conifer, one in Evergreen, 2 different churches, and 2 different thrift stores, the Evergreen Christian Outreach and the Mountain Resource Center, that we get shoes from. We take the shoes from there, pair them up, and take them down to the warehouse. We also have our local Key Club involved, and the club collects shoes at the Evergreen High School and the Idaho Springs High School for us. We have 4 different elementary schools that collect shoes. The schools have their leadership kids do the shoe drives. We had one school last year, pre-COVID, that collected almost 1,000 pairs of shoes in 2 weeks that they paired and bagged for us. My truck was overflowing with shoes that day that I took down to the warehouse. We also post on social media, Facebook and the Nextdoor Digest.com. We post on both of those about our shoe drives and what we do with those shoes. It keeps the shoes out of the landfills, and people are very willing to either take them to a collection box, or I have met them in different places around town to get shoes from them as well. We are fortunate enough to be close enough to the warehouse that we can just drop them off. Like I said, we get the shoes, we pair them together, sort them, make sure they're all pairs. They do take single shoes. Souls for Souls will take any shoe, any foot item except socks. They don't take socks, but they will take one shoe. They will take them if they, even if they're more than a little lightly used, they will still take them and recycle them rather than sending them to the landfills. Emery and I are both happy to meet with anybody that is interested in doing a shoe drive, whether it be close by or on the phone or through Zoom or however. We would be happy to do that. Blue Spruce has been collecting shoes since August of 2018. The first year we collected 10,002 pairs of shoes. The second year we collected 10,016 pairs, and then this year, since September, we've already collected and dropped off at the warehouse 4,862 pairs. So we're on target to hit our 10,000 pair again by the end of our year. This is one of our shoe drives. This picture here is from some of that lady is one of the entrepreneurs that sells the shoes, and that's how they set them up sometimes to sell. For every 10,000 pairs of shoes that you donate, Souls for Souls will donate 100 pair back to you to give out to your community. So the last 2 years we have given that 100 pair to our local food bank, and so when the families come in to get their food or whatever they need for the week, they can also get shoes. This year in December, we were able to give them 100 pair right before Christmas. So they were able to come in, get their holiday food baskets, as well as gifts for the kids and new shoes for the family. And that picture at the beginning with all the shoes on the rack, that was the picture of at the food bank when the families were able to come in and get their shoes. 25,000 pairs of shoes that are donated. This is one of our shoe drives. 25,000 pairs of shoes that is donated to Souls for Souls will supply 25 families in Haiti or Honduras with a full year of food, shelter, and education. So 25,000 pairs of shoes that we have almost donated. By the end of September, we will have given 25,000, almost probably with what we have in my truck that I just need to take down, will be 25,000 pairs. And that will supply food, shelter, and education for 35 entire families, not just people. Let's see, I already did that. Blue Spruce Kiwanis takes 1 day a month, and we go down to the warehouse and sort shoes. And I think there's a picture. I think I sent Joe a picture of at the warehouse. Is there more pictures, Joe?
Is that this one?
Oh, yes. This is a picture at the warehouse. All of these shoes, we did not do all of those, no. But this is one of the days that we did go down there and sort shoes. You can kind of see over on the right the boxes of shoes. When the partners send shoes in, they send them by the pallets like that. So somebody has to go in and sort those and pair them. And a lot of times there are not pairs, because when the corporate partners make the shoes for display, they only make one pair. Or they may make a pair that a shoe that doesn't even have a sole on it, which we can't use, obviously. But we go in and pair them and match them the best that we can, and then ship them out. And so that's one of the days that Blue Spruce went down to sort shoes. And I think in August of this year, Blue Spruce is going to be doing a cornhole tournament at one of the ball fields, and we will be doing a shoe drive at that tournament. So hopefully we can hopefully we'll get to our 30,000 pair. We're shooting now for 25,000, which we will have very shortly. So hopefully by October, we will be at our 30,000 goal. And that's all I have if anybody has any questions.
Well, Christy, we've got a question from Dr. Marlene down in Colorado Springs. She apparently has some shoes for you. What's the best way to get them to you?
From Colorado Springs, probably ship them, and I will get that link to Zappo from Emory and send that out, and she can ship them for free. Or you can do your own shoe drive and collect a bunch of shoes to go toward your Kiwanis Club shoe drive.
Perfect. What other questions do we have for President Christie and Souls for Souls?
Tell them that Souls for Souls supplies the collection boxes too.
Oh, if you heard that, Souls for Souls does supply collection boxes for you to put around town.
Okay. Then it looks like we have another question is, do you get souls from, I'm probably going to butcher the word here, Munishi?
You know what, they might. There was a new company that they were getting shoes from that was, I'm not sure if shoes come from there or not.
All right. Any other questions? Oh, municipalities. Chrissy, do you get any shoes from municipalities?
I'm not sure what that means.
Tom or Darla, do you want to explain on that a little bit? Can they unmute, Joe? Oh, recycling from the city.
Option back on, so you guys are free to.
Cities that recycle. I'm not sure I can answer that. I don't know that. I do know that a lot of the like Reebok and a lot of the running clubs, they do recycle their shoes. When we were down that one of the days sorting at the warehouse in Wheat Ridge, there was a bunch of size like 17 and 22 and 23 size shoes that the Denver Nuggets donate.
I'm not Tom Powis. I was the one that asked the question. I'm aware that the city of Loveland is very aggressive with their recycling to the extent that you can't throw a pair of shoes away in the trash. They'll fish them out and set them back on the curb. And the idea is they want them recycled. And I wondered what cities that are aggressive with the recycling, like Loveland, do with those shoes.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that, Tom, but I will definitely have Emory reach out to the city of Loveland and see if she can get shoes from them.
Okay.
All right, very good. Well, that's our time. Again, thank you, President Christie, for presenting. Thank you for what you guys do to help in your community with that wonderful project. That's a great thing that you guys do.
Thank you.
Absolutely. All right, now we're gonna hand it off to Sheridan Kiwanis Club, and we have Chantel Merchant here representing her club up in Sheridan, Nebraska, and she is going to talk about their backpack program. So Chantel, tell us about what's going on up in Sheridan.
Hi, everybody. I just wanted to say thank you for thinking of our club for presenting. We were kind of surprised, but really honored. So thanks, Derek, for thinking of us. I am from the Sheridan group. It's a very small town. You've probably heard of it. We have Sheridan State College here. We're up in the Nebraska Panhandle, and we're about 20 miles south of the South Dakota border. And I would say without college kids here, we have
about 4,000 to 5,000 population. So our club right now has about 19 members, but I would say 15 are active. So we are always trying to recruit, but we are a very young group. I would say the average age of our group is around 35. So a lot of us have kids, so it's kind of hard to have a lot of manpower for a lot of things. But one new project that we started kind of right when COVID was starting, we did our first like drive for it during the holiday season of 2019, was the foster care backpack program. And we had this idea because our president, Crystal Brooks, she was going through classes to be a foster parent. And while going to classes, she was informed, if you are ever called to receive kids who need foster care, they're going to come to you with maybe nothing. They're not going to have clothes, toothbrush, anything. And I had previously worked at the Department of Health and Human Services. So I have a background in working with foster care kids and what that's like and what happens when removals happen. So she calls me while she's at Walmart one day and sees all of these backpacks on sale. And she's like, I have this idea. What do you think? And I said, let's do it. So we went ahead and purchased 70 backpacks, and she stored them. And then we had our meeting. I mean, it was we kind of made a decision. At the time I was the secretary, so we just kind of went for it, but we knew everybody would be on board, and they were. Then we decided to ask for help. So we went ahead and started asking for drives for clothes, books, little handheld toys. You know, we had to ask for deodorant for big kids, shampoo, conditioner, like what are they going to need for an emergency 2 to 3 day stay at a family that they've never met before, and what's going to make them comfortable. And Sheridan is such a great community that we had a ton of donations, which was fantastic. We had a gal who, I actually have a PowerPoint here if I can share my screen really fast.
You should have the ability to, Chantel.
What was that?
Oh, I was just saying you're good to go.
Okay. Let me get it up here. Okay, so this was how we kind of did our drive. We did social media. We posted these places, but we are pretty active on our Facebook page for the Sheridan Kiwanis site, and we had a lot of great feedback from this. So this is kind of what we posted to put out there. We had donations from monetary to people, you know, she made us blankets. She made us like 50 blankets for girls and boys that we got to stick in a lot of those backpacks, which was great. And then in 2020, we decided to put ourselves out there for a grant locally in Sheridan. I made a speech. It was only about 10 minutes. I did it for the 100 Women Who Care About Sheridan group, where 100 women or more donate $100 once a year to an organization that all of the women in the club vote on. We were the lucky winners of the $10,000 Impact Awards, so we knew that our foster care backpack program would definitely be a dream come true. We didn't have to wait on anything because we had the funds to complete it. So we went shopping. Luckily in Sheridan, we didn't have COVID hit us hard until August. So we got to do a lot of this stuff without having a ton of restrictions on us because we didn't have any cases for a really long time. We did go shopping for all of the things that we were missing, like, you know, we wanted to give every kid like a pair of underwear or two. We wanted to give little kids baby dolls, or bigger kids a deck of cards. We wanted to give everybody a toothbrush and toothpaste. So we still had some shopping to do. And then after we went shopping, we all got together as a group and we put the backpacks together. So we did them by age and by gender. We made tags for all of them so that when the workers did have to go to a possible removal, they could look at the backpack, see the age group or size of the clothes that were in the backpack and the gender, grab it and go. So we wanted to make it as easy as possible for them because it is usually a very fast process, especially when those things happen like in the middle of the night. So just a few more pictures. These are the backpacks set up. We did have some extra backpacks that we did not fill just because we were missing a couple things and we didn't want to give them partial backpacks. So we still have things here and there that we can use to replenish the backpacks once they're used and given away to kids. And this is just a photo of us donating it to the local office. They were very excited. I don't think that they really knew what to expect. We just kind of called them and said, hey, we're going to drop off some backpacks for your kids. Are you okay with that? And they said, sure. So that's what we did. I'll go ahead and stop sharing now. The other great thing about this program is it didn't just benefit Sheridan kids. Our workers out of the Sheridan DHHS office service children in Crawford, in Harrison, in Gordon, Rushville, Alliance. Some of them have to fill in for workers down in Scottsbluff and Gering. So these backpacks can be used for kids all over the Panhandle if there is an emergency situation where they do need to grab and go. I did contact the office today just to check in and see how they're doing. They notified us that they are low on teenage backpacks. So that does mean that in our area, there have been a lot of teenage removals. So we're going to go ahead and go shopping and go replenish them for those. But luckily, there hasn't been as much as I thought, which is a good thing in my opinion. But we're just happy to have the funds now to keep this project going because we didn't know if we would be able to do it for 1 year or 5 years. So any questions at all?
Any questions for Chantel? I know Gail from Wheatland said that they do a similar program where they'll do the same thing for boys and girls backpacks, and they do a similar supply chain. So, I mean, it's very common. I think there's a lot of clubs that do backpack project, but I think just the impact of what you've been able to do, like you said, not just for Sheridan and Dawes County, but also Sioux, Box Butte, even clear down here in Scottsbluff County, because it's a good 2 hours from Scottsbluff to Sheridan.
Yes,
so
and
a big geographical impact and a big impact on the kids. So
yeah.
There is a question about storage. Where do you guys store all the materials?
So we're lucky enough to have we have members that are a part of banks. The executive director of the Chamber of Commerce is a director. So when we had the chamber stores all of our backpack food for our food backpack program, but we were able to store all of these in the basement of one of the local banks in town. So we're lucky enough that we have the support of a lot of businesses around town that allow us to have storage. I mean, I wouldn't mind storing them at my house, but I live out in the country and it's really not, it's not easy to come out to my house and grab stuff for everybody. And I do see a comment about Walmart. Walmart did give us a deal on backpacks. So when she did that big backpack purchase, she said, this is what I want to do. Can you guys cut me a deal? And they cut us a great deal. I mean, I forget what it was, but they were very nice to us. Yeah.
Great. Any other questions for Chantel about the Foster backpacks? Well, all right. Well, again, Chantel, we appreciate what you guys are doing up there in Sheridan. It's a great program, and again, the amount of press that you guys got up there when I saw that come out with the grant recipient, and then all the press you got. It was a great thing that we needed to highlight.
Thanks.
So keep up the good work.
Oh, and I forgot to mention, part of the funds was from you guys. We had a big recruitment month, and we also got a grant from Kiwanis because of our recruitment levels, and Derek came and presented that to us, I remember. So thank you for that too.
Yeah, that was part of the Let's Grow membership challenge during past Governor Tim's year as in his term, and so you guys were able to get some money off of that too. So that was great.
Yeah. Yes, thank you.
Absolutely. All right. Well, if there's nothing else, we are going to move on. Our next project takes us over into Wyoming, over to the Saratoga area, where the Platte Valley Saratoga Club and President David have got an interesting build as far as putting up an ice rink in their community that they never had before. So, President David, where are you at?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, David. How are you?
I'm doing good. Thank you, Derek. Appreciate the
Absolutely.
opportunity.
Mr. David, would you like me to start sharing your PowerPoint now?
That would be awesome. Thank you, Joe.
You're welcome.
Yeah, so I want to share a service project that we did related to our an ice rink that we put up in town. But I will start, if we can jump to the next slide, just a little bit about Platte Valley Kiwanis. We've been going since 1990, so 31 years. We're located in southeast Wyoming, 100 miles west of Laramie. We're a small club, 10 active members, but I think I always look at it on a per capita basis, and Saratoga and Encampment are relatively small places. So, not a huge membership, but I think we do a lot of good in the community. Some of the overall projects that we work on, supporting kids, we do baby packets for new babies. We do infant car seats for families that don't have a car seat to take kids home from the hospital when they're born. We do high school scholarships. We've brought the circus to town before. This past year, we did some COVID assistance to employees of local businesses. We routinely do swim passes. And then we also try and help our senior community too. So a lot of different projects, but I'm gonna focus on our ice rink project. So if we can hit the next slide. So just a little bit about kind of where this idea came from. Our club got together and talked about different community needs that were out there and how, we as a club could help out the community and fit into that. And, many of you have probably been involved in those brainstorming sessions where there's lots of ideas on the table, and we went back and forth on those for sometimes it seems like an eternity, but we eventually kind of focused in on an ice rink, putting up an ice rink in town. And I think, some of what we felt there, where we could fit in the community is there weren't a lot of wintertime activities for kids to do. And, this started pre-COVID, but we kind of got it rolling during the COVID era. So, there was also sort of an added benefit of during the COVID time when kids are cooped up inside and lots of screen time, how can we get those, provide an opportunity to get outdoors and do things in a safe environment. So the ice rink kind of fit that brand too. And we also felt like an ice rink was something a little bit unique for the community and something that maybe, Kiwanis would have a little bit of our club could get a little bit of a name recognition and signature on that. And it is a focus on kids and families. So yeah, go ahead and go to the next slide. So once we settled in on implementing an ice rink, then kind of the work began. So one of the biggest issues was that we needed to work out was finding a location, and we partnered with the American Legion in town, who has a park that's right downtown in Saratoga, and they were very happy to let us set up the ice rink in that park. So we needed to work out a location. We needed to figure out the equipment that we needed for the ice rink, and then we needed to secure funding for that. So a lot of work went into those things. And if we can go to the next slide. We also, needed a lot of support to get all this to happen. So this picture is showing the local volunteer fire department came, and once we got the rink set up, and they were nice enough to bring several fire trucks full of water and fill the ice rink for us. So lots of support from the community to help us get this going. A lot of the local businesses provided support for our grand opening. So if we go to the next slide, we did a grand opening in November when we got things going, and as I said, a lot of the local businesses donated to that, hot chocolate and cookies and pizza and different things like that, so we could have a grand opening event. And we got things up and rolling in November, and the young gentleman you see here in the picture, that's his first time on skates, and he was very excited to have this opportunity. And I think this is one of the things that we've provided for the community is really an opportunity for people to try out skating, to get out of the house in the wintertime and do some different things. And it really has been a visible project for our community, or for our club in the community, compared to some of the other things we were thinking about. I think it's kind of known, people know that it's Kiwanis that's working on the ice skating rink and putting that together. So can we go to the next slide, please? This is just an overview of what the ice rink looks like, all set up. We also got the local high school tech group built us some benches, so we would have places for people to sit. We got donations of ice skates, and so made ice skates available for people to use and take home and bring back if they needed to for the summer, or for the winter skating season. So I think it's been a great resource for the community. It's neat to drive by downtown or walk by and see kids and families out there skating and laughing and having a good time. So I think it's kind of it's really met our objective of providing that resource for the community. So next slide. So we didn't do this alone. Obviously, we got a lot of support, both financially from individuals and businesses. We did get a grant, thank you, from the Rocky Mountain District, and appreciated that. And then I wanted to also thank Tim Shepard and Julie Manier, who attended our grand opening. They been very supportive of our club, and we appreciate them coming out. So it's really been a community effort to pull all this together. And if we can go to the next slide, please. I just want to close by recognizing Cindy Carnes, who's kind of the driving force in our club behind this project. It takes somebody with ideas and then the willingness to kind of put in the time behind that, and Cindy's the person that did a lot of that work, and appreciate her efforts to do that. And I think really through this, we've met our goal, which has been to provide a way for kids to get out, and it's really satisfying to see smiles and hear laughing coming from the kids that are out there, and especially like the first time that kids kind of let go of their parents or let go of the side and go out on their own and have a great time. So yeah, so that's kind of an overview. Happy to answer questions if anybody has any.
Well, Dave, in the chat, we got a couple questions regarding maintenance and how much is involved and where is it stored. So can you kind of talk about what's involved with all that?
I can. I wish that we had an ice rink manager, somebody who grew up in a hockey league or something, because it's been a little bit of a challenge in terms of the maintenance needs that are out there. And we've learned a lot this first year, but we actually ended up kind of operating the ice rink for about 2 months, and we recently shut it down just because we couldn't keep the ice in there and suitable. So it does take, I think, both some knowledge about what's involved, and we've learned a lot, but there's some other resources out there on the internet about how to effectively set this up. And we made some initial first year mistakes and didn't get some of the proper protection for the liner that we used to hold the water, and that ended up getting some holes in it. So we now have some different supplies that protect the liner and provide the protection for that, and we're going to get a new liner for next summer or next winter. So and then it does take kind of recurring input to clear snow off of it and different things like that. So it's definitely not a and I think this is actually good for our club. It's not something you just kind of do once and then you walk away from. It's a continual commitment to work to. And as to the storage question, we initially started out with a club member who has some warehouse space, and they allowed us to store things there. We have now evolved into the ice rink gets put up and taken down on an annual basis, and so that's another maintenance and operation need. But we've now purchased a small shed and worked with the American Legion in town, who's allowed us to store that shed on their property. So we do have a place to store things, but those are all things to think about in terms of this type of a project.
Absolutely, Dave. And then there's another question in the chat: is what ultimately ended up being your cost on this project?
Yeah, it was the total cost was around $6,000, and that included the storage shed that we bought and things like that. So the club initially put some money up front to it, or $1,000, $1,500, I think, but we actually got enough donations that we didn't end up needing to use our club funds. It was all supported through grants and other funds that we got from contributors. So great support out there for us for that.
Yeah, absolutely. So what do you see for the future of this ice rink? Do you think, obviously you talked about some first year woes that you're going to fix, but what do you ultimately see this growing into?
Yeah, I think, I mean, we're going to try and, make it an annual wintertime event, and hopefully, get things smoothed out for next winter. And I think, that that'll really be a great opportunity for our club. We do a lot of smaller projects in town and things that aren't quite as visible to the community in general, and this will be a great opportunity, I think, for us to get out there in the wintertime and have a visible presence in the community. And it's also one of the fringe benefits of having an ice skating rink is this is the first winter in a long time that November came, and I found myself thinking, I wish it would get really cold for a long time. I've usually not been thinking about that, but so if you're looking for ways to enjoy winter, this is one of them.
Awesome. A couple other questions. Because of this, have there been any youth hockey teams that are being talked about or utilize the rink? And then where did the skates come from?
Yeah, so far we haven't heard of any league types of things, but that maybe once we have it up and running and people are used to it, there might be an opportunity for that, which could be or something we as a club could facilitate. So I like that idea. In terms of the skates, there's a local thrift store in town, and they donated everything that they had skate wise. We have a rec program that the town runs, and they donated skates, and then we had individuals just bring skates and drop them off, and we didn't really want to manage ice skates, so we just simply put bins of ice skates out, left them by the ice rink with notes on it and said, if you need some skates, take them. And if they don't fit at the end of the season, bring them back. And that worked out really well, actually. We didn't have to manage them, but they were available to people that didn't have them. So.
Perfect. Well, that ends us right on my buzzer. I actually got to turn it off, President Dave. So again, appreciate your presentation. Appreciate what you guys are doing, and I think you're making a good impact on your community. So keep it up.
Thank you.
Absolutely. All right. Now we will move down south in the district. We are going to head down to Pueblo. We are going to talk with the Pueblo Foundation's president, Joe Gebhardt. And he's going to talk about an interesting concept that they are dealing with in COVID about putting up hotspots up in the library. So Foundation President Joe, let's hear what's going on down in Pueblo.
I actually don't see him on, Derek.
Oh, no. He told me he would be there.
Yeah, I spoke with him yesterday, and he said he'd be here.
Well,
there was one more question in the chat about the ice skating rink, and we could buy just a few more minutes.
Sure, absolutely. So President Dave, you're back up on board. Are you providing any ice skating lessons as part of the ice skating rink?
No, I was during our grand opening. Nobody was willing to get on the ice yet, but so I did get out for the first time in a long time on skates, and I demonstrated how to do it. But no lessons were involved other than watching an old guy try and learn how to skate after 20 years of not doing it. So, but if anybody wants to come, I'd be happy to try and give lessons or hold your hand, either way.
Well, I know there's some hockey lovers in the group, and I think with some prodding, maybe from Governor-elect Robin, maybe we could put an amateur hockey team together for the district. Maybe we could do that as a fundraiser, kind of like the Harlem Globetrotters. That would be interesting.
Absolutely. I named Denny Hill as our captain.
Yeah.
I play goalie in men's leagues.
You know what? I think I would pay to see that.
I've been playing for decades. So you got a goalie, which is the toughest thing to get.
I've found my bones are a little brittle these days.
Okay, Coach.
We could have a mid-year in that area and have a little skating party.
Nice.
We'll call Coach Bednar and see what he can do for us.
Yeah, Brad, before we do that, Kay is gonna have to up their insurance.
I believe for me they would. I never could skate very well.
Well, I think at the last session when we were talking about mascots, maybe we need to have a mascot designing contest too for this hockey team.
Still no Joe.
Okay. Yeah, there is somebody trying to connect. I can see that, but I don't want to keep everybody waiting. So I think we'll just move to final remarks, and if Joe jumps back in, we can give him a shot at presenting, because his was pretty cool. It was Wi-Fi, setting up Wi-Fi in the libraries for the kids during the COVID so that they had a way to go to school and learn. Hopefully he'll be able to get on, but we'll just move right on, and we're going to go to the final remarks right now, but they may not be final if Joe jumps in, and then I'll just close down with a few words. But I'm going to introduce the Vice President of Kiwanis International, which needs no introduction in the Rocky Mountain District. We all know and love Aubrey West.
Thank you, Governor Bob. I appreciate it, and I love the hand waves. I still haven't quite got used to that. That's kind of cool. Kiwanians are nothing. They're definitely adaptable. It was about a year ago, I think, in fact, a year to the day, I was in Nepal, getting ready to fly home, and wondering if they were even going to let me back in the country, and we didn't even know what Zoom was. But I'm looking online here, and I'm looking at all these great hidden backgrounds. Just scroll through there and look at it. I mean, look at Roddy. He's got Kiwanis pancakes going on there. Steve's got a dog. I mean, we got Tony down there on the beach. Derek's in the chair that he bought for COVID, I think, because he's been in that chair more than he's been out of that chair this year. And so I look at this and I think, you know, if nothing else, we're adaptable because we definitely figured out how to use Zoom. We've all figured out how to do something and how to be a Kiwanis Club. And so it's great to see this. And I just wanted to touch a couple things, you know, this morning to see the signature projects and the winners and all the great things. I still think Pass Woodland Park should have won, but that's okay. That's just my own opinion, you know. So, but to see all those, yeah, and you know, and all those, and then I got to see the blue spruce hat that popped up here on the screen a minute ago, and all I could think about is with our good old buddy Greg, and how he always represented the Blue Spruce Club and left a legacy in that community, you know, a legacy of service. And I miss him dearly, but I love that old blue cowboy hat. I begged him for years for one, and he would never give me one. So, but I got a black one, Greg. And then to see the Sheridan backpacks. But what I really want to mention here is if you can look up there. So if it was Brady Bunch right now, because that's what I always refer to this screen, looks like Brady Bunch to me. So that would be Marsha Brady up in the top corner there, Chantel. But I want you to look at in her picture real quick. Tell her to wave at us, Chantel. Can you have her wave at us? There you go. That little girl is learning today how to work in her community and how to be a part of a service organization and how to do something bigger than just her own world. 20 years from now, she might be leading the Kiwanis Club, and hopefully I'm around to watch that, you know, but that's a legacy right there. And that's what I always like to talk about is our legacy that we lead here in this organization. And the Rocky Mountain District has a long line of people that have left their mark on not only Kiwanis, but on our entire organization, starting with Ted R. Johnson. Ted was a trustee, and Ted still to this day, his name comes up every time we have a foundation meeting because he donated money, and we're able to use that money from the foundation because Ted thought enough of our organization to put that down and left a legacy for us. And obviously my good friend Norris Lucy, and most of you on here know Norris, and a lot of us are Lucy fellows. Wave your hand if you're a Lucy fellow. I'm pretty sure there's a bunch of you in there. What a legacy. What a legacy that he left that we are able to use, and we can still raise money today to do projects that Norris never even dreamed of. Norris never even dreamed that the foundation would be doing a project, you know, for an ice rink, you know, but yet through the gifts that we give by being Lucy Fellows, our foundation has been able to do something like that. And so what a legacy, and that's what we're looking at. I mean, one of the greatest legacies that you guys might not even know about, and I don't want to take all your time, but is Magic City Enterprises in Cheyenne, Wyoming. Magic City Enterprises was started by a couple of Kiwanians, several Kiwanians, and it's grown into the greatest thing now for adults with disabilities that people don't even realize that was Kiwanians way back then that had an idea and they put it down on paper and then they made it come to life. And yet today, they're not even alive anymore, but the organization that they started and the legacy they started is still going today. And that's what we are, you know, in Southern Colorado. I can't see anybody from Southern Colorado, from Colorado Springs. There was a man named Jack Agee. I'm looking to see if I see anybody from Colorado Springs, but Jack Agee was in the Pikes Peak Club. Jack Agee had a guy come into his office one day and he says, I want to bring the circus to town and I got to fill out paperwork so that we can have all the permits for the water and everything else that we have to have for the circus. And Jack, as a lawyer, could have easily just said, okay, I will charge you this much money and then I will get you all your paperwork. But instead, Jack Agee said, I tell you what I'll do. I'll do all the paperwork for you. And at the end of the day, you just bring us a cut and you donate to our Kiwanis Club. So Jack Agee goes in and gets all the paperwork done, and they go have the circus in town. This is back in the 70s. And then they came back with a brown paper bag with cash. And over the years, that circus kept coming back to town, and Jack would do that, and they would bring more money and put it. One day I was speaking down there, and Jack walks in with a big Walmart bag, and he set it down right in front of me, and I didn't know what was in it. And all of a sudden we're doing happy dollars, and I'm getting ready to get up and speak, and Jack says, "Here's my happy dollar that I brought in. The circus was in town, and somebody needs to walk down to the bank and deposit that $20,000 in cash." I was sitting right in front of me. I go, "Jack, what are you doing to me here? You know, I mean, now you want me to get up and speak, and you just put $20,000 in ones down on the table here." But Jack could have done this as a lawyer. He could have made all this money. But what Jack did was he saw a need for his Kiwanis Club. And over the years, it was close to $1 million that the circus donated to that Kiwanis Foundation. And Jack did that. What a legacy that a man like that left. Jack's passed away many years now, but the circus still, well, they don't come to town no more, but the circus money that Jack left is still doing great things in the Colorado Springs community and for the Pikes Peak Club.
Hey, Bert.
Yes.
Colorado Springs is here.
Oh, there you go. Thank you, Doc. Thank you, Doc. So 30 years from now, when we see Chantel's little girl running the show as president of Kiwanis, I hope, you know, what's our legacy going to be, you know? And so that's what I like to talk about. I like to talk about what we do today is going to leave a lasting impact. And hopefully that, you know, our legacy will be the service that we learned through COVID, the service that we learned to do, even though we couldn't go out and flip pancakes, even though we couldn't go out, you know, and do our normal breakfast with Santa, but we found a way to do breakfast with Santa. And maybe that'll change the way we do it for years to come. And maybe that'll be our legacy. Hang on a second, because it doesn't really matter what your style is in Kiwanis. We don't really care. Just a second. We don't care if you're a black hat kind of guy or a white hat kind of guy. We don't care. We just want your service. We just want your leadership. We just want you to be a part of our organization. And we just want you to, you know, continue doing what you do. I've been saying this since I got elected, and it just kind of stuck with me, is that, you know, it's not now, or it's not, excuse me, it's not how, but now. Now is the time to be a Kiwanian. And kids need Kiwanis, and now is the time. And now is the time that we have to be Kiwanians. So let's not figure out how to do it. We already know how to do it. We're on Zoom.
Joe
We're
Gephardt.
on Zoom all day long. So let's just do Kiwanis. Let's do it the best way we can. Let's be who we are.
Join the meeting.
And let's just remember the kids need Kiwanis, and now is the time. And our legacy is who we will be. And I might not be here 30 years from now, but I look forward to seeing a Kiwanis that is still thriving and doing great things. And maybe young Claire is the Rocky Mountain District Governor up there in Wyoming. Right, Josephine? Maybe Claire will be our governor. So I look forward. Thank you for letting me be here. Governor Bob, it's always an honor, you know, to be with you guys. And I appreciate all the support the Rocky Mountain District has given me. Wouldn't be sitting here today as your vice president if it wasn't for the Rocky Mountain District. And I greatly appreciate it. And I hope that I make you proud. At the end of the day, I just hope that you guys say, hey, he was one of us. So thank you, Governor Bob.
Thank you, Bert. Believe me, you know, we are so proud of you and everything you've accomplished in Kiwanis, more so for the kids. Hey, Derek, Joe is back on now. So if you want to just pick up and let Joe give his presentation.
Absolutely, we can do that. So we got Foundation President of Pueblo Kiwanis, Joe Gebhardt here. He is going to talk about those hot spots in the libraries down in Pueblo. So President Joe, good to have you with us.
Can you unmute Joe? Derek, I think he might be having some technical problems.
Well, I don't sing or dance, so I could do this though. I could go back and forth.
We can do the wave, the Kiwanis
We can do
wave.
the wave. Everybody do the wave. There we go.
You know what? I'll do some. I see his name on the screen. Is he back on?
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, Joe. How are you?
Hey, sorry. Yeah, I'm calling on my cell phone as well. So just to get on there quicker. Sorry. Hi, thank you. Yes, I apologize for the technical difficulties. I did not get an invite link for some reason. It just, I don't know how it happened, but I didn't get one. But today I was talking about the Wi-Fi hotspots through the Pueblo Library and the school district. So I'm super excited to talk about that today. Is there any way, if you can give me the share screen capacity, and I can share my screen?
There you go. You should be.
Oh, there we go. Thank you. Okay. Here. Okay, hopefully everybody can see it. So we wanted for the Pueblo Kiwanis Foundation, one of our goals was to have a timely need with COVID in the community. Obviously, we know that there was with COVID is such a large negative impact, especially negatively. One need that we figured out very quickly in the community was that most Pueblo residents unfortunately don't have quality internet access. And even if the schools can provide laptops, can provide iPads to allow the students to learn remotely, that doesn't mean that they still have internet at home. And you can see here, according to the library's research, approximately 11,000 households, currently 12% of the total population, don't have access to up to 25 megabits wired broadband access. Also, Pueblo was hit especially hard in the state of Colorado. Unemployment has hit a new high, and it's just to showcase how in Pueblo we really wanted to make an impact in a timely way. One of the avenues that we found in partners that we wanted to work with was we knew that the library was raising money for Wi-Fi hotspots. It came out to be $50 per Wi-Fi hotspot. Thankfully, they actually had a partnership through Verizon and other cellular providers to actually provide the internet for discounted rate. We wanted to have these be available to be loaned out, and that's what the school or the library was going to do through the local school districts, D60, D70, and the local universities, Colorado State University Pueblo and PCC. We actually were able to do a $1,700 donation for 34 Wi-Fi hotspots, and thankfully, due to showcasing the need, the Rocky Mountain District Foundation generously donated $2,500 additional dollars for another 50 Wi-Fi hotspots. So for a total of 84 Wi-Fi hotspots, a very significant donation and program. Here is a picture for everybody in case you wanted to see. The logo was our 100th anniversary. The Pueblo Kiwanis Club did have a 100th anniversary birthday. We also have the hashtag, the International Kids Need Kiwanis, incorporated into the logo. It was pretty easy to make, honestly. We did it through, I think it's Canva is the website. I created it. If you wanted to learn how to do that, I can show anybody in the future. Here is the press. We had an article through the Pueblo Chieftain that highlighted that we were one of the donators that actually donated about a total of 300 Wi-Fi hotspots. So the Kiwanis name was mentioned in press, but really what the results are, and this is what's really exciting, is that the first batch of 34 Wi-Fi hotspots, they were actually donated specifically to CSU Pueblo and PCC students. Thankfully, they were assessed directly by the university. So normally they would be loaned, the thought was, for 3-month periods with renewals for the entire household, because they don't want to cut off students or in the middle of the school year. So they were going to allow it to be renewed. And essentially what has happened is that almost all the devices have been checked out by the students and the households the entire year. So it really wasn't turned in. So there definitely was a need. On average, each device used 10.6 gigabytes of data. This is the interesting fact. The average use is only 2.9 gigabytes per month for your average American. So you can see that the household, probably multiple people used it. So there was multiple benefits, exponential. But then the students obviously had a need being at home all day, pretty much the entire time. The second batch is going to be available for general access to be checked out for up to 3-week periods. So we'll know more data as the time goes on here. But of course, before COVID, the total hotspots in the community at the time was only 50. Now there's over 930 devices. So moving forward, in case anybody's interested about this, or of course, if the Pueblo Kiwanis Foundation, I think, is going to continue to work on this. The ongoing challenge is going to be the current funding for the internet access fees for those 935 devices. The average bill is about $30 a month, and with our total for the year, and then total with 935 devices, that's a bill of $28,000 a month. So that's going to be the issue after June of this year for the Pueblo County. So the library and the county are going to be working to fund that gap moving forward. But there's definitely a need, and I'm sure there's a need in all the communities across Rocky Mountain District.
All right, President. Any
questions?
I guess I've got a question for you, Joe, is where are some of the places that you've highlighted? I mean, I know they're going to the libraries, but are there anywhere else that you see a need where those hotspots can go?
Oh, well, actually, the Boys and Girls Club is not only a partner for Kiwanis, but I know in Pueblo specifically, one of the head of the Boys and Girls Club actually published an article about the need for better internet access. So I think in any Kiwanis club, you could probably reach out to Boys and Girls Club, and I think there is an avenue to provide more Wi-Fi hotspots.
Awesome.
Yeah, I have a question. Have the internet service providers been approached to give discounted rates?
Well, to my knowledge, this is a discounted rate, but it is something I am sure that they are going to attempt, especially with the funding going to be coming up here in June, to potentially get an even better discount. But no, not to my knowledge.
Well, and Joe, there's an interesting concept from our area director, Brad Boyd, about possibly would there be a possibility to do a GoFundMe campaign in Pueblo to help offset the costs?
Oh, yeah, no, that's a good idea, and it could happen. You hope not. well, especially since the county's involved, there's a lot of money that they could probably put towards this, I would imagine.
Especially with stimulus monies, with stimulus checks coming out, I think there might be a lot of people that would be willing to give a little bit of their stimulus check that they received to help keep the program going past the summer.
And Joe, I would just, and maybe you did it already, I would check with your county for CARES money, because I know Well County got a ton of money for CARES, and they divided it up with food banks and other causes that were impacted by COVID. So they may have sitting on some dollars.
Oh, thank you. Yes, thank you for the tip.
All right, we got another question in the queue for you, Joe. So once kids are able to go back to school, what's going to happen with those hotspots? Are they just going to be returned, or I guess what's going to happen there? Or what do you anticipate will happen?
So I anticipate that all of the Wi-Fi hotspots would be put into the general access with the 3-week checkout periods available. So it would just go in and be available for anybody in the community, any household to check it out. So they definitely still probably get use. It's just that right now they're being checked out by individual students, and it would just be available on 3-week intervals for the community.
Awesome. Well, at least it'll be a long-term use, so that way those dollars reach out into the future. And then again, I just want to applaud what you guys have done. That was a very, very creative and interesting project that you guys found that to really serve and help the kids in Pueblo. So I just, again, applaud what you guys did to put that together.
Well, we're very proud, and we're very thankful for the Rocky Mountain District donation. It's done a lot of good for a lot of people.
Yep, absolutely agree. Are there any other questions for President Joe before we turn it back over to Governor Bob for his closing comments? All right, if not, again, I want to thank all the presenters. President Christie with Blue Spruce, Chantel with Sheridan, President Dave with Platte Valley Saratoga, and again, just listening to Foundation President Joe from the Pueblo Kiwanis Foundation. Thank you all for being on the panel today. I hope everybody got some inspiration, and I know it's like Governor Bob said this morning when we were discussing the Signature Project Contest, there are so many good projects and so many good things that we do out there in our district. And, despite the challenges that we have faced with COVID, we have really tried to do, and I think we've done a magnificent job of trying to pivot and trying to learn and adapt throughout this COVID. And I really feel like this is, I keep saying it's just a hiccup. It's just, we don't know how long it's going to be, but I think the end is hopefully coming soon now that vaccinations are coming out, and hopefully we can start working towards, the future, and hopefully we can get back together. I'm really, really hoping in August that things will be wide open and we can get together for district convention, because I would love to see you all come up and spend some time up in my part of the country. So again, I love what you guys do, and I'm going to go ahead and turn it back over to Governor Bob. It's all yours, buddy.
Hey, Derek, thanks so much. I just want to end up by thanking the committee who did so much work to put this all together today. And I want to thank again everybody who presented today. What a great job, and how inspiring. But I also wanted to say, we heard today from our service leadership projects, and we heard about fundraising, and we heard about the different projects we're all doing. And that's the reason we heard from membership this morning. Because for us to be able to continue to do what we're doing in the communities and around our district, we have to keep our membership up. And Governor Tim did a great job this morning talking about membership, and the presenters were terrific. Just keep in mind, we started the year with district goals being up between membership up between 50 and 100 members. At the end of February, we were down 19 members. Now, It's not really where we want to be, but we got a whole lot of time to get this fixed and to move up and to reach our goals. And the reason we want to reach our goals is the more Kiwanians, the more we can do. The more Kiwanians we lose, ultimately it's going to impact our service to the kids in the community. And that's what we're here for. Do remember the incentive program that's out there. For every net gain in membership you have at the end of our administrative year, the district will give you $100. So if you started off with 20 members and you end up with 30, that's a net gain of 10, you will get $1,000. It's a great way to put some money in your club's funds, and that can be used, as far as I'm concerned, in an admin or in your service projects. Either way. We heard some good ideas today, thinking about some of the things we heard that really, in my mind, was great about membership. We heard Josephine talking about her club with the thermometer measuring membership each and every time they have a meeting. And we heard from Governor Tim saying what he says all the time, just ask. We heard from a lieutenant governor our last meeting, which she said something that, well, kind of stuck in my mind. She said, you can count on 100% of the people you don't ask not being members. And, that's kind of simple, but plain and the truth. So, let's do our service projects and remember that when we're doing service, every service project is also the potential for a membership drive. So let's keep our branding out there, the Kiwanis signs out there, our clothes. We also have a great PR committee in this district. We're looking for additional members on it. So, if you have that skills in social media or marketing, or you just want to get involved in that PR committee, give Josephine, myself, or Derek a yell. We'd love to have you on board, because the more we promote Kiwanis and the more we talk about the great things we do, the more people are going to hear about Kiwanis and want to be part of our family. Me and Derek talk a lot, and we keep saying, well, who doesn't want to help kids? And it's up to us to let everybody understand the great things we do in our district and around the world. So that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. And again, wanted to just say thank you to everybody who came today. Josephine, once again, you did a great job setting this up and keeping us on track, especially getting me in this morning, because yesterday we did Murder Mystery and I didn't change my name. So she had no idea who I was to let on. So when it comes to technology, I look at Derek and Josephine. So thanks, everybody. And yeah, that's right, exactly that way. Thanks for being here today. We're right on target. We said we'd end at 3:45, and that's exactly what it is. Thanks to everybody presented, everybody who was involved today. And we heard great things. Let's go forward and put them into action, and just not just let this go in one ear and out the other. Let's put it into action and put some plans together. Thanks, everyone, for attending.
Stay safe.
Stay safe. Thank you, Brad.